Hello, people. Hello, is everything working here? Yes, it is. Bartosz Fabinski is walking out right now, and he's about to fight. I can't say his name, Meerschaert. I'm just trying to put. Sorry, guys, just a few technical difficulties here. I've had to do it all. I'm going to put the Weed Whacker commercial up real quick before the fight starts. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're talking about a very important topic, and that's a topic of weed whacking. Go to Manscaped, get 20% off plus free shipping with the code FAB. And usually when we talk about plucking those nose hairs and doing trimming around the ears and whatnot, most of us are used to doing that with weapons such as this. While effective, they can be cumbersome. They can prove to be cumbersome. And everyone's personal favorite is also this beauty, something like this. Whilst very effective, it's also hard because sometimes you don't have the right extension cords and whatnot. So Manscaped has given us this, the Weed Whacker. The Weed Whacker is skin safe. It has a replaceable head. It has high performance motor, so premium 9,000 RPM motor powers. This is something that you would have probably seen in a World War II aeroplane prior to this. And unlike the hedge trimmer, it's cordless and rechargeable, so you can use it anywhere and you can take it with you. And it's really, really a pretty amazing product. It has a smart design. It's intelligently contoured design for you to be able to grip it easily, and it's not going to slip out of your hand, which is an amazing segue to the next part of it, which is that fact that it's waterproof, so you can use it in the shower and whatnot. So this is a pretty amazing piece of machinery here for all of us that need it. And everyone needs it, because you don't want to be that person. You don't want to be the person that has the nose hairs and the ear hairs sticking out. My dad used to take me to a barber in Liverpool, and ironically, this barber, he was an older guy, had the worst hairs coming out of his ears and the worst hairs coming out of his nose. And always, as a little kid, I used to always watch that. So I never wanted that myself. So please, Manscaped, get 20% off plus free shipping with the code FAB. Thank you, people. Thank you, guys. Just about to start this fight. Gerald Meerschaert versus Bartosz Fabinski. We're about to start this nice middleweight fight. I'm actually looking forward to this fight. Thank you, everyone, for being here. So, a lot of Rob supporters on here today. I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at Beetlejuice. So yeah, thank you very much. I'm just going to answer Ian Ma's question, asking me if I'm going to be in two places at once. I'm not. I'm going to finish this card and then go on to the other card. We're off. The boys have touched gloves. Gerald in the southpaw stance lands a straight left down the middle right off the bat. Fabinski is off straight away, clinches, throws a knee down the middle, hits Gerald with a right hand. He's moving him back already, Fabinski is. Both boys exchanging, very aggressive, both guys in this fight. Meerschaert looking to clinch. He has achieved this. Good bicep control and good head control by Meerschaert. Fabinski's being held up against the cage. Good job here by Meerschaert. I believe he has double underhooks to a certain extent, but he's got the good head control, which is now he gets spun around by Fabinski. Fabinski seemed to have had a little bit more power in his shots when they were standing up, when there was just stand-up striking, and he seemed to have landed a few shots there on Meerschaert. Now Meerschaert, once again, he's getting the better of the cage war here. So what Meerschaert is looking for is to get his head and pin Fabinski's head up against the wall. And he's doing a good job of this. And he's sliding with him as well. So he's not letting him be able to walk to the side and get a bit of an angle to be able to turn, keeping his elbows in. But he hasn't got the underhooks in there. I'd like to see Fabinski frame with the elbow, like frame with his forearm up against Gerald's throat, and he's got the whizzer on one arm, then use his forearm to frame with the other and be able to find a little bit of space and move off the wall. I'd like to see him do that if he wants to get off the wall. Obviously, from Gerald's perspective, I don't want to see him do that. There we go. He's gotten off the wall. Has Fabinski. I'd like to see him make a little bit more space and throw the shots. This guillotine is in deep by Meerschaert. It's in very, very deep. He's got the full mount. It's super deep, the guillotine. I don't think he's going to get out of this. The guillotine's in deep. His leg's trapped. He's done. He's gone. Good guillotine there by Gerald Meerschaert. Very, very nice guillotine. Very nice guillotine. Very nice guillotine. 144 in England says Raz Tufik. Mr. Moonberry, so glad to finally be here for a live one. Thank you, Mr. Moonberries, for joining us. Thank you. So Marco Boy says, oi, 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 Fab in the house. Do you still get nervous when Rob fights a lad from Italy? I mean, yeah, of course I get nervous when anyone that I know fights. It's not the same as being there, obviously. But yeah, of course, yeah, you still get nervous. You still want them to do well. Both him and Jacob, I've trained Jacob, like both boys, I trained them for probably Rob 6-7 years. Jacob probably a year less than that. So yeah, I do absolutely feel nervous when they both fight. I wish them both very best. I texted them before their matches. We texted a couple of times back forwards. So I both wish them both good luck, Beetlejuice says, hey, just want to thank you for your commentary, and it's always great tuning in and super entertaining. Thank you, Beetlejuice. Joel Forbes with a thumbs up. Joel Forbes is my surfing coach and life mentor. Hazmat versus Gerald too, says Guillermo Rodriguez. Joseph, hey, Coach Fab. How's your week been, brother? Glad to see you again, sir. Oh, man, week's been good, man. Been super busy with the baby and the rest of it and work and that. But other than that, I've been really good, man. I can't complain. Also, shout out to Eli, his team, his boxing team that went away with Coach Aaron for nationals. He's at the amateur boxing team, so they're all on the road to the next Olympics. They won a whole bunch of medals. So the young guys have all won guys and girls have won a bunch of medals at nationals. Like everyone medaled, gold, silver, or bronze, but mostly gold. So I'm really, really happy for them. They put in so much work at that in their boxing gym. So I'm really happy for them. Beetlejuice, do you know much about Jacob's opponent? Well, I do, yeah. He's a high level judoka, national level judoka from Ghana. Huge power in his shots. More of a kickboxing background for him. Like other than his judo, he's got more of a kickboxing than boxing background. I think Jacob, to be honest with you, is a better striker, better boxer. But I think Abdul Razak has more power, like a lot more power. Having said that, I think although he's a judoka at a very high level, I think Jacob's much better on the ground, especially if Jacob can get on top, so he can get Abdul Razak on his back. And he has shown that he's susceptible to being double-legged. So if Jacob can weather that storm early on, of course, if he can submit him early, great. But Razak's very, very physically strong. If Jacob can get him down and start to kind of wear him down a little bit and take away some of that power, it could get really interesting in the second and third rounds. But in those first 7 minutes, he's very similar to Phil Hawes in that, they got dynamite in their hands. Uthman Ali says, Salam, coach. Looking forward to your commentary. Alaikum salam, Uthman Ali, and Eid Karim to you, my friend. Monkey Donkey says, watch the Logan Paul fight. We will be watching that fight after this. Like, depends on what time this finishes, Hopefully it finishes and we're able to switch straight into the Jake Paul fight. There's nothing planned, Raz Tufik, to do any podcasts together or anything like that. Joseph, looking forward to Mr. Espino's fight. I want to see what he has in store for us. Man, that fight is the one I'm really looking forward to, other than, of course, the obvious ones. But Alexandr Romanov is a very high-level wrestler as well. And that's Juan's bread and butter, man. He's a high-level wrestler. But honestly, at that weight, you're not going to find more grapplers that are that complete than Juan Espino. As far as submissions, wrestling, grappling, all different types of wrestling and grappling kind of stuff, you're not going to find too many more that are more complete than Juan Espino. So Yeah, I'm absolutely biased for the Juan Espino fight, so I hope he gets that. Um, did I pronounce it? Did I say that right, Uthman? My pronunciation correctly? So yeah, man, I'm really excited for this card. I'm really excited. I'm really excited for that Juan Espino and Alexander Romanov fight. I hope it's a full on grappling match with some strikes thrown in there because I love when you have these two high level grapplers. Hopefully they don't slug it out. Hopefully we get to see in the heavyweight division some really good grappling because man, these boys can grapple, both of them. So let's see what happens here. Other than that, it's going to be a cracker, man. It's going to be a cracker because it's interesting the way I see the middleweight division. I see a massive gap between Rob and Israel and the rest. I really do. I don't know if Gastelum's going to prove me wrong. I don't think he will. I think Rob's going to kick the inside of his legs. I think Rob's going to kick the body of Gastelum. He's going to kick him. He's going to kick to his head, and then he's going to be able to open up with a whole bunch of other strikes. That's how I see the fight going. Having said that, I think that Gaslam is extremely dangerous in the pocket. He's got fast, powerful hands, got really good elusive movement, and he's faster than you would think. I do, however, think that Rob has the momentum going into this fight. I think had they fought before, I think Gastelum had a lot more momentum going into that fight than he does now. And momentum's a big thing. Rob's lost once in, I don't know, 6, 7 years or something like that. And Gastelum, unfortunately, has lost the last couple of fights. And that does affect your confidence at times. So I do think that the momentum part of it is going in. Having said that, it was good for him to get those 3 rounds, a big 3 round hit out against Ian Heinisch not long ago. Having said that, I did see some things in that fight that I don't like from a Gaslam perspective if he's fighting Rob, and that being how many times he did get hit with that right kick to the leg and to the body. Because all respect to Ian Heinisch, he's not the striker that Rob is, you know. Very good fighter nonetheless, and he's got a way of making fights look awkward for his opponents, which is great. But he doesn't have the same kicking ability that Rob does. Just my opinion. Daniel Clark says, "Hey Fab, in one of Rob's recent interviews, he was speaking about how his dad's becoming somewhat sick when watching him fight. I was wondering if you have ever felt that similar feeling watching him or Jacob." I I can't tell you. I'll just answer. Hold on, Brad Galea and Dark Lord. In fairness, he's only lost one fight in 7 years or something. Like people talking about like the new rejuvenation period or blah blah blah. He lost one fight in like 7 years or something, or 6 years or whatever. So, like, I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what his dad feels. I don't know what his dad feels himself. Like, when you're coaching people and you're close to people and you're watching people fight, yeah, it's hard. It's really hard. Um, man, Romanov has looked super. This is from Alexandra Bamworth. Man, Romanov has looked super athletic for such a large guy. On top of his really good grappling, very interested to see how Juan will deal with that. He's also absolutely massive, though, dude. Juan is huge. He's a huge man. And when he used to grapple at in the Cayman Islands, in the Cayman Island style grappling, he used to grapple at like 160 kilos. Like 160 kilos was his wrestling weight. That's like insane. That weight, that's huge. Um, Uthman Ali, Robin Izzy are like the Jones and DC of 185, in my opinion. Yeah, but having said that, they haven't had that like the two fights to really be able to 2 or 3 fights for you to be able to go, oh shit, that's where it's at. But yeah, I do think that John Jones and DC were a fair way ahead of the light heavyweight division, and I do kind of see that with Rob and Israel. Juice says, "G'day, very excited for this fight. Thank you very much, sir. Um, anything. This should be a good night. No, I definitely think it'll be a good night. Good night of fights. I think it's going to be a very tough one. The Dark Lord says, "What's my opinion on the Poirier Connor dynamic lately?" I I don't know, man. I really don't know what's going on there. You know what I mean? I don't know how much. Dude, I'll tell you this, whatever you see of any public figure, the reality is like it's 10%, it's 5%, real or not, like it's not, it's not, it's not, I don't know. I don't know how much that's for hype. I don't know how much, um, I don't know, like the reality is like I actually like Dustin Poirier a lot. Maybe he didn't put forward a good business plan, with Connor. I don't know. I really don't know. Uthman Ali, I think Rob can cause Izzy a lot of problems in the rematch if he mixes up the singles with the blitzers. Um, Dude, I think it's always going to be a close fight between the two of them. Hassan Ahmed says, "What's up, Grange TV fam? How are you, Fav? I've been super busy with college and Ramadan. I will be fully free after May the 12th. Nice to have you back, Hassan Ahmed. The prodigal son returns. Ramadan Kareem to you, Hassan Ahmed, and to all my friends that are fasting and going through Ramadan. So thank you very much, guys, for being here. Even if I don't know what time it is there. I don't know if you're fasting right now. Grange TV, do you think Whittaker has a big advantage or they're fairly closely matched? Oh, that's an interesting one. I mean, I think Rob has certain clear and distinct advantages over Gastelum. And I think the big one's the kicking game and his ability to fight at a distance. But they are matched quite. Like the thing is, man, people don't understand this. Like I read when people write stuff like with, this is what people should do. Both these guys, Rob and Gaslam, both hit super hard. They both are super quick. They, both can grapple. They're both well rounded. This fight could maybe Rob comes out and makes it look easy against Gastelum. Maybe Gastelum comes out and makes it look easy against Rob. But don't confuse that with like it really is that way. It's not. You know what I mean? It's a close fight. I think that Rob is going to win this, and I think it's going to be through use of his kicks, through use of him chopping away at that lead leg of Gastelum's, chopping away at the body, mixing that up with head strikes, and throwing in takedown attempts as well. And I do agree with the momentum. Yeah, the momentum that does have an advantage. PW says, how do you see Oliveira versus Chandler going? I know. I mean, I met Charles Oliveira, a bunch of times. I trained with him in Brazil. I like him. He's such a awesome guy. I hope he gets a win. I think Chandler might be a little bit too strong. His grappling, his wrestling wise, I think is very hard for Charles to take him down, I think. And I also think that stand up wise, whilst Charles can has very much improved stand up, I think Chandler has a lot of power, man. He's got dynamite in his hands. And he's got one shot stop you power, so I have to lean towards Chandler. Hassan Ahmed, thank you for joining us, man. Ofon says, yeah, Gaslam always has reach disadvantages, but his chin is so good and he's got sneaky boxing. Yeah, look, he has a reach disadvantage, but that's always the case. And the reach disadvantage between he and Rob is not going to be as much as it was with Israel, say, or with Weidman. That's reach disadvantage is huge. And he's got a very, very good way of sneaking outside of your lead foot. He sneaks his right foot outside of your lead foot if you're orthodox, and he's much closer to you than you think he is because he sneaks in. He kind of skips in. He plays with a false distance, so he throws his right hand out like this, and you think that he's further away than what he is. That's where you think he is. Then he skips real quick and gets outside of your lead foot, and that cuts the angle, and he's able to hit you with that left hand. The other advantage I see with Rob is he's very used to fighting left-handers. Very, very used. He's going to fought Brunson, fought Natal. Natal fought at Southpaw a lot. He was going to fight Rockhold. He was going to fight Gastelum. So he's had that practice of dealing with Southpaws, so I don't know that Gastelum's going to be able to do the same things. I don't know. Lupi versus Jessica. 38 years old is Jessica. Lupi is 27. Jessica enjoys a 3-inch height advantage and a 6-inch reach advantage. It's going to look like two different weight divisions almost, man. Let me see. Okay, Tyler Wayne. Does Rob enjoy training nowadays, or is it more like a have to do thing? I don't know. I don't work with Rob anymore. Ofon says, thank you for your answer, amigo. I'll do my best, sir. I'll try and get through all the questions, man. Don't get upset if I miss some because I have to keep, going. Carsten says, hi, Fab. I like to hear you. When do you have guests on Grange TV again? Man, I want to have guests again. I do. It's just been crazy, man. Like my days are just so busy, man. With work, I'm training a few people myself now that you will hear about in the future. And so it's just been really hard to organize that, So you probably won't have some guests on for a while. I'll probably have some guests on a little bit later on. I want to. It's just time permitting has been very, very difficult for me. I'm working on quite a few different projects, have my fingers in a few pies at the moment, and it's a little bit difficult right now to have other guests on. But I do miss having the guests on. It's one of my favorite things to do is to interview and talk to people. We're off, people. Jessica Penn in the black and Lupi in the white. Again, both girls in orthodox. Lupi creeping forward. That comes inside. She reminds me of oh man, what's that guy's name? Oh, she steps in with a nice little left hook kind of elbow thing. Throw a big right. Oh man, this girl can bang. She throws big shots. Mike Zambides is who she reminds me of. Does young Lupi. She throws bombs, man, when she steps in, and she's built like Zambides as well. Penny's throwing this jab, and again, I see this happen a lot in the girls. They kind of throw the jab in the outside of the range, but Lupi's got proper good stand-up, man. She's very, very strong. She's like a little bull. She's looking for the takedown, but Penny's looking for the back take, and she's going to end up pulling guard like that. So she's got so really here, what's happening is Lupi has the deep underhook with the left hand and the superior head control, and she was able to throw her down to the ground quite easily. But she doesn't want any part of Penn's ground game. But she hit her with a nice lead left hook. Nice lead left hook. She's got a lot of power. Does Lupi a lot of power? 2-1 by Penn lands. Nice. But Penn has not been she's not been stifled. Her own game hasn't been stifled by Lupi's power. So that's really interesting to see. Again with a nice trip by Lupi. But she doesn't want any part of the ground. She doesn't want, and nor should she, because what happens a lot of times, people follow someone to the ground, and if you're the power puncher, you don't want to, because you want to keep your power for the shots, and she's definitely the power puncher out of the two. Again with a nice little left hook, and she looks for another trip. You can tell that Jessica has felt Lupi's power. She hit Lupi herself there with a nice lead right hand. These girls are actually landing good shots here, man. But as the fight progresses, that power starts to dwindle. Oh, huge right hand, lead right hand by Lupi. 1-2 swing and a miss by Jessica. She looks for a lead knee, and again, it's a big combination from Lupi. Lupi with a massive double leg. Lupi's fighting like it's a shoot fighting match. She's doing the combinations and landing the big takedowns. Nice work, man. Nice work. And it disrupts, even though she doesn't follow Jessica to the ground, it disrupts her stand-up. Nice right hand landed by Lupi. Big throw. She tried for a head throw, but She slipped out, did Jessica, and Jessica has now taken it back. She's got the hooks in. Jessica's looking for a rear naked and or an armbar. She's up high on the back, very, very high on the back. Is Lupita going to be able to shake her off? I don't think so. Now standing up, she's got the back. She sunk the back in. There's 1 minute and 18 seconds to go. Jessica's got a body triangle now on Lupita. This fatigues both people though, because the person that's catching the legs like this and like really squeezing it fatigues Lupita because it's hard, it restricts your breathing, but she can lean her up against the cage, so it takes a lot of the weight off. And the person holding on to that triangle, it wears away your legs as well. She's looking to crank the face. I don't think she's going to get it because Lupe is doing a very, very good job of defending the hands. It's hard to finish a rear naked choke with 4-ounce gloves on because you can't really get the purchase on it the same way, and they can just grab the glove and peel it off, grab the hand rather, but there's a lot more to grab. Yeah, she's not going to get it as long as she's controlling it. She's doing a good job. Is Lupe, and what's happening is it's wearing away Jessica's legs. So Jessica's had her legs in a tight isometric contraction for well over a minute, and that for anyone that hasn't tried it, try it. Now she's let go. Nice little kind of almost like a broomstick sweep. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the round. Interesting round. Very interesting round. Just a second, guys. Very interesting fight. Very interesting fight. Sorry, I could hear my daughter crying. So anything. Does Rob do hard sparring like the AKA guys, or does he prefer light sparring? No idea. I don't work with Rob anymore. Greg Ferns. Hello from Scotland. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm tired. Thank you, brother. Thank you for listening, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Greg Ferns. Thank you. Very interesting fight, this one. The other thing that happens if you spending so much energy getting a takedown and you're not capitalizing it, it's to your detriment as well, because it's probably the most tiring thing you can do is the actual blast double takedowns. Jessica Penne is now moving her forward. So massive favorite is Lupe. Such a strong girl, man. She's honestly like a little bull. Again, Jessica Penne takes the back, but she can't take the back because Lupe has that underhook. That left underhook is what's stopping Jessica from getting the back. So at most, Jessica's going to have to like pull guard. But here, this is what happens. Lupe uses the cage so that she doesn't have to take Jessica's weight. And Jessica's having to do an isometric contraction with her legs, and it starts to wear away at your legs. 4 minutes to go. Oh, big left hand landed by Lupe again. And again, Jessica looking to take the back. She's got one hook in. She sinks both hooks in. She's looking to try and get the broomstick sweep. It's a mat return in folk style wrestling. She's looking to do it. But Lupe's got such a good base. She has landed some bombs, and Jessica's shown off a very nice chin. Ophon says, I see Chandler kind of like Gaslam with less technique but more power. Man, I kind of disagree with you, man. He's wrestling. He wrestled at a higher level than Gastelum, and he showed in that Daniel Hooker fight like real smart tactics. I don't know who's better, more technical out of the two of them, but she's doing like a Kimura thing from the man. Sorry, man. Lupe is very, very good, man. But Lupe has to get like Jessica's running the clock down on her, taking her back like that. And she's back in that body triangle, in a standing body triangle. She spent a fair bit of time like that. Uthman Ali says, Coach, I've always wondered why Rob's jab is so good. How did he develop it so well compared to his peers? Do you think Kelvin will benefit from being southpaw and hand trapping? I don't know if he will benefit from being southpaw and hand trapping. I don't even know if he will be able to. Rob has got very, very fast reflexes, very, very, very fast reflexes, and he's done stand up in one way or another with lots of different coaches, for years and years and years and years. So the jab's always been something that's been very prevalent. But he's very quick. He's very fast and strong guy with brilliant reflexes. So Lupi has managed to escape, and now she's got the good head position again. It's going to be interesting now because I don't think she's going to have the same pop in her punches. So Jessica did a good job of tying that up. And we were talking earlier about Jacob versus Abdul Razak, and that's one of the things he has to do. He has to create a grappling match to start wearing away at Abdul Razak's arms. So it takes away a bit of that power. As you can see now, Lupi hasn't got the same pop in her punches that she did earlier in the fight with 1 minute, 42 seconds to go in this second round. Hassan Ahmed, Fab, what do you reckon of Sandhagen versus TJ? This is the fight I'm most excited for of the upcoming fights. Sorry, I will answer that in a second, Hassan. 1 minute, 20 seconds to go. Jessica keeps coming forward. I do believe that Lupi's lost a lot of the zapping and punches to keep Jessica off her. And again, hits her with a few little jabs, does Lupi, but I feel that Jessica doesn't feel the same power coming forward anymore. So she's able to land some shots of her own. Thank you. I have an assistant here with me. He's going to watch a little bit of this fight. 51 seconds to go. As you can see, again, good, very good positioning by Lupi. But here, what ends up happening is Jessica always ends up getting the better of the situation, either by taking her back or getting the body triangle. I haven't seen Lupi be able to really get the better of a situation using even the takedowns that she has administered at this point. There's 21 seconds to go. Jessica looking for a leg lock here. 15 seconds to go. She almost could have got a calf slice there. She's hit for a double, but she's not going to get the double. Lupi is very, very strong. I think Jessica's on her way to winning this fight. She's well on the way. Oh, yeah, she's doing a good job. Sandhagen versus TJ. I don't know because I don't know how TJ is going to come back, what he's going to look like when he comes back now. It's always one of those enigmas when you see someone like that. I don't know. He's had a big layoff. Obviously, he has an asterisk next to his wins because, self-admittedly, he took all the drugs. So I don't know. That's a massive enigma. Yeah, I kind of So as far as him being a southpaw as well and hand trapping, he might. But Rob's very quick, man, very quick, and Rob's not in that distance for Gastelum to really be able to take advantage of the hand trapping that he could from a southpaw orthodox matchup. So I don't know. I don't know how much he's going to be able to do that with Rob. Were the Romero fights the only times Whittaker broke his hand in a fight, Ofon? No. Rob's broken his hands a bunch of times. I can't talk on that too much because I don't know how much he said it. I can only talk about the times that it's been documented, There's otherwise breach of confidentiality. Third round, we're off. But he broke his hand in an Natal fight as well. That's been documented. Ofon says, love the extra insight you can give us as a high-level coach. Ofon, thank you very much, man. Very flattered for you to say that. I'm really, really, really happy to do it, actually. We'll have some young kids coming up soon that are going to be very, very impressive in the next couple of years. So, again, Lupi has Jessica up against the cage. She's getting the better of this part of the grappling exchanges. But now Jessica's starting to come on, because Lupi can't keep her off. She hasn't got the power anymore to keep her off, I don't believe. But she did land some bombs in that first round. And the problem is that with those takedowns that she did get early in the fight, she didn't capitalize on it, and that you expend a lot of energy doing so. Okay. I've heard TJ and Sandhagen used to train together at Team Elevation, I believe. According to Dan Hooker, Sandhagen was teeing off on TJ while he was champ, and Sandy wasn't even in the UFC yet. Maybe, but man, training is completely different to a real fight. Maybe the refugee. Yeah, it's completely different, man. Some dudes don't perform that well at training, and they just come to light. Like that doesn't really matter. Um, Ofon says your podcast with Volkanovski was incredible. Thank you very much, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, man. I really appreciate it. Hassan Ahmed says, yeah, Alexandre Sandhagen was a college student then also. Yeah, but you don't know, man. Training is completely different. Training is completely different. Like you can come in on a day when I'm tired, I'm not feeling well, or whatever, blah, 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 and you tee off on me. Or maybe you just come in fresh on sparring days, or maybe you just perform better under sparring conditions. That isn't to say that I'm saying I hope Sandhagen wins, by the way, out of the two. But I'm saying I never really I've seen too many sparring match. I've seen too much sparring and too many real fights. I've seen that too much. I've seen guys that compete in grappling don't do that well at training. People tap them out or whatever. But then in a real match, you can't even touch the guy. And I've seen that in boxing, jiu-jitsu, wrestling, MMA. So that doesn't mean a lot. Saul says, why do you and Rob not work with each other anymore? We just went our separate ways, man. Just like a professional, I can't even say disagreement. It was just like a professional thing. We wanted to do different things. I think when I started working with him, the thing was to always get to the belt. That was the major thing, and we achieved that. And I think that we went. That was kind of like the thing we wanted to achieve. We were the first people to do it out of this region in Australia. So I think we both wanted just different stuff. I can't. It wasn't like it wasn't like something like huge or whatever. It's just like you wanted different things. Like I've had a baby as well. That the little girl that was my daughter. A whole bunch of different stuff, man. So yeah. Um, what am I watching on? I don't know. Whatever the thingo is, I don't know. I don't know what it's called. Oh, Penny's looking for a triangle. She might get this. Is 30 seconds to go. Loopy's holding her up. She's holding her up. She's not going to get the triangle. There's 25 seconds to go. This Lupe is very strong, but tactically, I think there were a few things she could have done better. Again, like I said, I apologize, guys, if I miss your comments. There's just a lot of them, and I just want to try and make sure that we kind of keep moving forward. So people ask me already. So I've already answered the thing about Rob. No problem answering. It's just I don't want to keep answering the same thing. So if somebody asks, please, if you haven't watched it, just tell them. And honestly, it's not even much of a conversation. Greg Fern says, you're a second in front of me. So if you could take a moment before commenting on big movements, I'd be grateful. That'll be real hard for me to do, man, because it just happens very spontaneous. Okay, so that's a fight. That fight is finished, people. Are there any submissions that don't injure but just really fucking hurt? Yeah, it's a funny thing. I think when somebody does like a like an Achilles lock, it can break your leg though, but that really hurts. But a lot of times you're all right. But if you're not careful though, that can break your shin. That can break you. Hassan Ahmed Fab, you need to tell me where you get those t-shirts from. Man, my wife has got them for me over the years. My wife has got them for me. Um, Ofon, looking forward for an explosion from the next gen of Oceania fighters, especially from your gym. Ofon, I don't have a gym right now. I'm just training a bunch of different guys at the moment, just working with a few. But there'll be a bunch, man. Not just from my gym. There's a lot of good fighters out of the Oceania region, like a lot of good ones. We've always had really good boxing coming out of this region. Really good kickboxing come out of this region. So there's always been really good fighters coming out of here. And now you have really, really good grapplers. You have guys that are medaling at ADCC, Lachlan Giles, Craig Jones, and you have a whole bunch of other guys. Like for every one of those guys that you see that got right to top, there's a whole bunch of other guys, that might be middle of the pack at a world level. So you don't know who they are, but they're still super good. There's in those gyms, there's still a whole bunch of really good guys that can grapple. So yeah. Um, All Pest Control Can says, I'm tipping Rob will call out Izzy after starching Gastelum. I think he's mad not to. Yeah. Uthman Ali, Coach, what is your main discipline? Did you start with wrestling or BJJ? I kind of started doing wrestling and jiu-jitsu around the same time, about 20 years ago. But since I was little, from about 5 years old, I always did Taekwondo. But I was never really fantastic at Taekwondo. I did it on and off, but from when I was little. And I boxed a little bit, but not a lot. Nothing amazing. It's more what I do is I'm a teacher by trade, so I taught at TAFE, which is like college, and I put together the learning programs more than anything. How do you think the Rob versus Kelvin fight goes? I think Rob kicks him a lot, stomps on that lead leg, kicks inside, kicks that lead leg, kicks him to the body, kicks him to the head, throws a knee pick in there with after lead right hand, and I think eventually Gaslam's going to dip his head into a kick. That's what I think. Um, Can you please elaborate on why someone would perform terrible in sparring but great in a real match or vice versa? Some people come alive under the lights, man. Some people are really, really fantastic under the lights and really come alive under the lights, and some people don't. Some people, that's not what they're made for. It's the same way, like, heaps of people do really well at school, but not really that good in business because once you have to put your own money and the pressure hits, it's different. So that's a big thing. Like, it's just a different environment, completely different environment. It's like if you have to do a speech in front of your mum and dad, is you have one level of nervousness. You do it in front of your whole school, another level of nervousness. You do it in front of 10,000 people, and you do it, in front of people that really matters, and they might give you however much of money if you do the right thing, and it's going to be televised. It's another level of nervousness. Not everyone can handle that. Not everyone can handle that. Not everyone can handle the pressure. Not everyone wants to handle that level of pressure. Kelvin Louis, still going to do podcasts with Rob in the future. Man, I already answered him. I'm not at the moment. I'm doing podcasts with anyone. I don't. So I'm not doing podcasts with anyone at all right now. Tony Socki says, "Happy to see you, Mister Dare. Hope you are well." Thank you, sir. I hope you are well too. Games for you. What do you think has a potential? Who do you think has the potential to be the next face of the UFC? I don't know, man. That's like a UFC marketing decision, and sometimes I don't understand why they pick who they pick, but it is what it is. So, Coach Fab, if Kamaru Usman moved up to 185, how do you think he'd do against Rob? Like, I've seen them both in real life, and Rob's way bigger than him. Like, way, way bigger than Usman. Just bigger as a person. And just that style of matchup is no good for Usman, I don't think, Yeah, Rob, I think Rob would stop him pretty badly. Kelvin Louis, they don't work to any. Okay. Thank you, Ofon. You're a champion. Thank you very much. Mirza, Fab, you need a chatbot or something that you can trigger Rob and it will paste a little sentence explaining. I should do that, eh? Thank you, Carsten. Thank you. AY says, does it concern you that Rob gets knocked down or wobbled in almost every fight? Granted, he's fighting the best guys, but still. You have to elaborate on that question. Like, does it concern me how as a coach? Does it concern me as a human being? Um, I mean, it depends who you fight, dude. It really does. It really, really does. PW says, what submission is Rob really good at getting on people? I think Rob's top control is very, very good, dude. I don't know what. There's a couple of submissions. I don't want to put him out there though. Like I can't really put him out there. Like that's for people to find out the wrong way, you know. Yeah. Oh, is that Steve Mocco there with Juan Espino? Nice. Steve Mocco, if you don't know who he is like the wrestler. Juice says he needs a shirt that says my wife buys my clothes. It's the truth, man. Dark Cloud says those knee stomps from Whittaker are going to give Gaslam a lot of problems. Yeah, I think so as well. I think he's going to boot the shit out of those legs. Coach, what did I teach at TAFE? Says Judith. I taught sport and fitness at TAFE for years, for about 15 years. Greg Ferns, I've been a fan of the podcast for years. This is the first time I listened instead of listening to the actual commentary. It's been a good decision so far. Thank you, sir. I really, really, really appreciate it. That's super, super flattering. Thank you so much. Ofon says, I think it'd be competitive, but if Whittaker can stay fresh in the fourth and fifth rounds, he'd win. I just don't know, man. It just depends. Anything can happen. Both these guys hit super hard, you know, and they're super quick. That's the other thing. And they're very, very tricky and smart with how they do stuff. So anything could happen, man. Mirza, coach, what martial arts would you recommend for a late 30s keyboard warrior who's never thrown a punch asking for a friend? I'd recommend that you try a bunch of different martial arts and go with the one where there's a group of people that you enjoy going to and hanging out with. Because at that age, and what you're trying to get out of it is a little bit of self-defense, a little bit of fitness, enjoying just being there, enjoying hanging out with people, getting fit, training, fighting, not fighting, but training for fighting, training for self-defense. That stuff is more what you're trying to get out of it rather than that. So it doesn't really matter. Like it's not like people talk like jiu-jitsu is not going to injure you. No, it's going to take a toll on your body. Wrestling's going to take a toll on your body. Any and all of them are going to take a toll on their body. Boxing, if you're just hitting the pads and hitting the bags, is probably not going to take a huge toll on your body. So it just depends on when you go somewhere, if you feel comfortable and you enjoy going there. If not, you're not gonna like it. Sir Lancelot, I love sugar, but I think I'm way overdoing it and destroying my body. What is a healthy substitute for sugar? When you say sugar, you mean refined sugar? You mean sugars that are found in fruits and stuff like that? Because a healthy alternative is like fruits and honey and stuff like that, but they all still have sugar. The other thing though that I strongly recommend is where is your sugar coming from, and then start to slowly take it out. So say for example, you have 3 sugars in your coffee in the morning, and you have 3 coffees in a day, right? So that's 9 sugars. If you take out 9 sugars out of your diet, you know that's however many in a week and a month and whatever. So I'd start to take it out of places that you know that it's there. So, like I said, if you have sugar with your coffee or with your tea, start even if you don't take out. If you used to have 3, just have 2, and then 1, and then none. So that'd be my thing that I'd say to you. I haven't seen Mike Bisping's fake tan because what happens is I watch the fights and then I read your things, so I don't really get to see anything that's happening there other than the fight. Sub 10 says, hi, Fab. Hello, sir. What do you think of Kamaru Usman's toe stomps from Ricknell? I think they're great. I think they're awesome. Vinayak Jill Y says Gaslam is machine tough. Yes, I agree with you. He's super tough, but anyone's chin can be found at any time, you know. So if he gets hit too much, you know, and also, man, your ligaments and that they go as well. It doesn't really matter how tough you are. Hassan Ahmed, Fab, what would be the best things to focus on for someone starting out in MMA training apart from consistency? Enjoyment, man. Enjoyment. Absolutely. That's going to make the biggest difference to your adherence. And with your adherence is going to be a consistency, and with your consistency is going to be your improvement. So you got to enjoy it. You got to like what you do. It's got to be fun. You got to enjoy going to training. You got to enjoy the people you train with. So if it's don't go somewhere because it's the best place to train in or in vogue, you know what I mean? Go because it's where you enjoy going and you've got your best partners there. You've got friends you can hang out with, all of that type of stuff. That is the single most important thing, because if you don't enjoy going to training, it becomes a source of stress, it becomes a source of anxiety, it becomes everything that you're trying for it not to be. Joseph, Coach GSP said on his fight with BJ Penn, he was fainting a lot to overload his nervous system because it's the first one that gets tired due to BJ Penn having one of the fastest reaction times. Do you agree? Well, yeah, that's not like GSP may have said that, but that's not his theory. Like that's um the Diaz brothers do that very well with you as well when they keep coming forward and they pin you up against the cage and they're standing just outside of your reach and they're fainting as well. They're fainting and making you miss and making you fatigue. So yeah, no, that's always done. That's another thing people ask about Rob's jab and how fast it is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And yeah, there's a lot of fainting involved in that as well. Israel does that very well as well, where like he'll feint and he'll create a fake distance. You kind of close your eyes or blink or just move, and then that punch isn't there, and then it's there. And that messes up with your timing and messes up with all that stuff. So Juan Espino's walking out here looking super relaxed. Um, stevia is delicious. I don't know what stevia is, but I'd just be careful with that shit though. Yeah, I wouldn't use any of that stuff. David Morris, if you have enough willpower to quit sugar in your coffee, tea, and drinking soda for about a month, you'll likely kick them forever. Sugary drink tastes gross once you've been without them for a time. I agree with you, David Morris, but the thing with willpower, man, and there's been heaps of studies done on that anyways, you're better off being smart than strong, you know? You're better off just you like it's very hard to like not everyone can just go, oh, yeah, I don't want to eat this or I don't want to drink that because there's a massive other amount of issues as to why that's happening in the first place. Um, so yeah, like I think be kind to yourself as well when you're trying to get off. And I think what David Morris said is right though. Once you're off it, like I I can't really drink like sugary drinks. Like I can't drink them anymore. You know, maybe when I was a kid I did, but now I don't like it. Mr. TRZA says, "Hey Fab, I just got to go back to work. We'll try and hop back on for the main event. All the best. All the best to you, sir. Thank you so much." Ophon says, "Do you ever come to Texas, Fab?" Nah, man, I have never been to Texas. I've always wanted to go to Texas. It's actually one of my to go places. I really, really want to go to Texas. You know, I was actually talking to a friend of mine about there was almost a possibility earlier in the year for me to have moved there, but it couldn't have happened anyways because of COVID. But my friend had some work there, and he was interested in me maybe going over. But yeah, because of COVID and that, never was going to happen. But yeah, always want to go to Texas. I actually, yeah, I never. Roger says Fab belongs in Texas with a ranch. Ophon says it's awesome, man. Love it here. Whereabouts in Texas do you live? Like, do you live like inland? Do you live in more like where do you live? Um, Hassan says, "Hey Fab, you can't go to Texas before coming to Birmingham." No, no, Birmingham is a must. Is a must, sir. The home of drill rap with Hassan Ahmed. Um, hey Fab, what did you make of Gaslam's last fight? Look, he did well. He won it clearly. um, Ian has a way of making fights really awkward. He's a big, tough guy, good wrestling, but Gaslam out wrestled him. Um, I think it was a little bit underwhelming, but very important for him to have gotten those rounds under his belt and come out on top. So it's going to be interesting. I think the momentum is massively in Rob's favor there, in that part. Um, okay, Ophon, I live in Houston, so it's about 90 miles from the coast. What is the coastline of Texas like? Ophon says probably the closest thing you'll have to Australia besides maybe Nevada and Arizona. I've been to both Nevada and Arizona. Alexandre says Romanov looks leaner lately. He used to carry a lot more fat. These guys are fucking huge, man. Huge. Juan Espino is man. I just want to see these guys grapple, man. These guys are huge. Ty wins, man. Saul, you asking me who wins? Ty. I think Ty wins. Kevin Matthews says Australia's a better version of Texas. Um, yeah, I don't know. I've never been there. Jenga Bango, Texas coast is apocalyptic, especially Corpus. Laugh out loud. Tarek says, do you agree that Kelvin is not the same after the Izzy fight? No, I think he fought really well against Darren Till. He just didn't get the win. You know, it was a close fight. Then he got caught by Hermanson. It's these fighting is tough, dude. They're not these people are not superheroes. They're just you win some fights, you lose some fights, and the fans make too much of things. Like it's like Gaslam's a tough dude, man. If he gets on a roll and he gets some momentum going, he'll be fine. Hassan Ahmed says, Fab, is it me or Max adopted a different stance, almost Thai boxer like, and he's using a lot more kicks and elbows? Do you think he has changed much or not? I think Max is the kind of guy that has the ability to change rather quickly and adapt. And that in the conversations with Alex Volkanovski in the podcast, that was one of the things that he said, and that he changed, and that Max was able to change his stance quickly. Obviously, he worked in between fights because he was able to check those kicks, which is smart because that's one of the things that Alex was able to really hurt him with in that. Sorry, guys, I'm off. We're here. Juan Espino came out southpaw for a second. Now he's in orthodox, and Romanov is in southpaw himself. Juan Espino with a lot of movement on the periphery of the octagon. I do think that if Juan can put Romanov on his back, it's going to be tough for Romanov. I do think that's going to be harder than it sounds, though. A lot of nice movement by Juan. Romanov very composed, though, in the southpaw stance with a high guard, pouring at the hands. Oh, nice little flick kick. Nice little front flick kick with very little tell from Romanov. That was very, very impressive. I just want to see these guys grapple, man. I hope Juan wins because I'm a huge fan of Juan. I actually like him very, very, very much. And had COVID not have hit, I would have gone to visit him at the Canary Islands. Okay, Romanov with a nice lateral drop on Juan. Juan is on his back, but Juan's got very, very good grappling. Nice underhook here by Romanov. So Juan is doing a good job. He's going to get back to his feet here. He's going to get to his feet. He's got to push into the cage and get into his feet. Is Romanov going to make space here and be able to hit him? I don't know. This is what I want to see. I want to see this grappling match. Big knees by Romanov. Romanov showed some very good wrestling from the clinch. Juan is not an easy guy to take down like that. And he did it very impressively. Now he's got the arm trapped on the far side, does Romanov. Juan is still able to get up. Also, I want to say this. Juan is like stupid strong, like ridiculously strong. Now Juan has got a nice body lock on Romanov himself, but Romanov has got the advantage. He's got him up against the cage. He's pushing his weight into Juan. This is going to be a grueling fight between these two guys, the way this is going. Juan's cardio is very, very good. I can't speak on Romanov because I don't know him, but I spent a lot of time with Juan, and his cardio is super, super good. So this grinding type of long fight like this is gonna benefit Juan, in my opinion. I don't know how long Romanov is going to keep up with him. He could well keep up with him. Nice left hand by Romanov. Again, pushes Juan into the cage. He's trying to grind Juan down. Knee up the middle by Romanov. Another knee up the middle by Romanov. Juan answers with some small shots himself, but it's not going to do anywhere near the damage that those knees are doing coming straight up the middle. Juan with a massive throw himself now has taken Romanov and put Romanov on his back. And this is what I said earlier. This is where I see it being a problem for Romanov, being put on his back. He does not seem to have the movement that Juan does. And I do believe that the diesel engine, that is Juan, is going to really wear Romanov down. That was a huge throw. And there's not a lot of movement from Romanov here. He's not trying to get his hips back into place. He does not have the vocabulary of submissions here. What you'd want to see him be doing, he's been able to turn, roll himself into a ball, bring his knees in between he and Juan. He should be really trying to hip escape here. He needs to hip escape here and get his knees to cause a shield between he and Juan, and he's not doing that. As a matter of fact, he's kind of giving up that underhook, and Juan is going to be able, if he doesn't finish him here, Juan is going to really, really take a lot of the fight out of him at this point. Now Juan has the full mount, and Romanov is going to try and hold Juan for as long as possible. He's going to hold him down here so that Juan can't posture up and land some strikes. But this is going to really wear away on Romanov's arms. This was already, like I called before, a very, very grueling fight, the way that these two guys were wrestling, especially at heavyweight. But it's going to be even worse here. Wow, I can't believe that escape that he got him like that. It was almost like a head throw from that position. Very, very impressive by Romanov. But all of those things take a lot of strength, a lot of strength. There's 51 seconds to go. Juan is going to ride him back over again. Is Romanov going to be able to get back up? I don't know. He does. Juan has got a very, very good clinch here with him. Romanov goes back to clinch himself. This is if you're not conditioned to this type of fight, it's not going to last. And it's going to definitely go down to a grappling match because both these guys, their striking ability is going to be compromised after so much heavy grappling. And neither one of them is a natural striker. They're both grapplers. But Juan has showed off some very, very high-level wrestling because Romanov is no joke. No joke. But Romanov escaped himself from a position that I thought Juan would be able to ride out for much longer. Ooh, spinning back fist elbow kind of thing, but then he eats a right hand, does Romanov. That's the break, guys. What a round. What an interesting round. That kind of pace of grappling at heavyweight is insane. It's absolutely insane. Kevin Matthew, Juan is a great wrestler. He should focus on jiu-jitsu. Man, he's got fucking unreal jiu-jitsu. He's been world champion in a whole bunch of different grapplings and black belt in jiu-jitsu. He lost a very, 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 very close match against Jeff Monson at the Filler Worlds, and that was for the gold medal. So he took a silver in that one. Yeah, so he's a very, very, very accomplished grappler. Very, 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 very accomplished grappler. Kevin Matthews says, "Hey, just to say, I love Texas, and I think its barbecue is the best." Awesome. I want to go. Ofon, I like barbecue too. Man, good to know, friend. But I guess we don't travel so much lately because of state-to-state restriction differences, eh? I've had Kansas City barbecue. Is that any good? Like, is that comparative or not? Or I don't want to insult anyone, but I've heard the Texas barbecue is the best. These guys touch gloves. They're back at it in the middle again. Juan circling on the outside in the orthodox stance, pouring away with a jab. Big, huge left hand thrown by Romanov. Another left hand thrown by Romanov. He's swinging, hitting air. This will affect his cardio. Left kick down the middle by Romanov. Juan with a right kick, inside kick of his own. Both guys trading like these huge shots, you know. Right hand landed by Juan. Now these boys are back in the clinch. Oh, this pace and the way they're fighting is insane. Oh, Romanov seems to have rocked Juan. Then he's got in the clinch on Juan. Heavy leather being thrown by these two huge men. Romanov looking to secure the clinch here. Pushing Juan up against the cage. Juan with a flying knee. Nice. He's got the whizzer in deep. Now he's looking for a guillotine. Juan is looking for a guillotine. Romanov has his head on the outside. Juan has a guillotine in deep. Now Juan is out. He's in the guard. Juan has a butterfly hooks in. And Romanov is on top. Romanov is, I believe, would have an extremely heavy top game, having the wrestling pedigree that he does. Juan does have the butterflies. I like that he doesn't have the closer guard. So Juan is a whizzer here with one butterfly in. He looks to have good controls here, good control here of the arms. So Romanov can't get good shots off. So either Juan has a whizzer or he has bicep control, and that takes a little bit of the power away from Romanov. Now he has a closed guard. He has to hold Romanov down. He can't have a closed guard and Romanov get leverage, like sit up. If he does that, he's going to get bombed. But again, he's opened his guard again, but Romanov is not posturing. So if Romanov postures and Juan opens his guard, Juan can kick him off. This is what's dangerous. This is dangerous here. Juan has to open his guard and kick him off. Put your shields up, Juan. Yes. That's it. That's what he has to do. He has to do that. Put your shields up. Put your shin across the chest. Yes. Do it. He has to hip escape and put his shins up. Good. He's doing a good job when he does that. What he can't do is sit in the closed guard with Romanov postured up, landing shots. He can't do that. He has to open the guard, put a shield up, and start to move. 2 minutes and 18 seconds. These shields are very, very important. Very good. Juan is now rolled. He's rolled the turtle. He's got to get his head up. He's got to lean into the cage and stand up. He's got to lean into the cage and stand up. Very good job by Romanov. Very, very, very good job. This is a grueling pace for these two giant heavyweights. Such a grappling heavy fight. 1 minute and 48 seconds to go. Big knees landed by Romanov. Romanov looking to ride him over again. Continuing to land the knees. Juan looking for a single leg now of his own. But that stance and that position that he has here, it's going to be very, very hard for him to finish Romanov from there. Romanov looking for a guillotine of his own. He's getting his hips in nice and deep. Now he's changed that into a front headlock. Juan is up inside, deep, looking for a suplex. Romanov could step across with his left and finish a throw here, but he doesn't. Unbelievable job by Juan to get up from the way that he did. These guys, dude, the way they're moving, these guys are huge. I cannot explain how difficult it would be to do some of the stuff that these guys are doing. Moving 120 kilogram guy off you the way that they are. Now Juan has Romanov up against the cage. 45 seconds to go. This fight's an absolute grind. Absolute grind. And Juan's conditioning is unbelievable. I'm telling you, he's got really, really amazing conditioning. But so does Romanov, apparently. Romanov landing 4 punches in a row, then looking for a single leg. Juan defending this single leg at this point. Deep on a double leg is Romanov. Juan clinches the double overhooks over the top. This is a very good defense by Juan. 10 seconds to go. I think Romanov's going to be content to hold Juan up against the cage for the remainder of this round. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the round. And I give these guys a round apiece. Juan, at this point, from memory, again, I'm not judging the fight, I'm just commentating it. Juan looks to be affected a little bit by it. Looks like it was quite hard for him. And I'm not surprised, fighting is super, super hard. He's super conditioned, but man, that was so hard. The pace of that fight, the pace of the grapple was insane. I can't hear what they're saying. I'd love to hear what they're saying because they're probably speaking in Spanish. I see it as a round apiece going into this fight, so it's a very, very, but not, Romanov, I think clearly won this second round, but I think it's neither one of these guys can rest on this because I don't know how each one of them are feeling coming into this last part here of the fight. Pretty intense, man. And we're off, people. They're going to touch gloves. They touch gloves. Again, Romanov in the southpaw stance, Juan in the orthodox stance. But Romanov does a better job of getting his foot outside of Juan's lead foot. Romanov hits a single leg. He's looking to run the pipe. Not successful, but he pushes Juan up against the cage. Juan with a body lock takedown. He gets Romanov down. Come on, Juan. Come on. I am biased in this, by the way, guys. Like, I like Juan a lot as a human being. Had him on the podcast. Spent a lot of time with him in Vegas. So I'm going for Juan. But Romanov is a beast, man. An absolute beast. Good takedown by Juan from there. Romanov's posture is not the best now. Like when his head's down like this, it isn't the best. Juan has got the superior head positioning here because he's able to push Romanov's head up against the cage. Romanov has a whizzer here, but Juan is doing a really, really good job. I think there was a low blow. So he hit him with a low blow. And this is going to only benefit Romanov. I wonder how hard he hit him. Oh! With those, man, the big heavyweight knees to the groin would hurt so much, man. It would hurt so much. Let me see. Greg Fern says, genuine question now. I notice a bias in the commentators, which is often pro-America athletes or just popular athletes. With me or with the UFC? With me, I am biased towards the guys that I know, that I've trained with or anything like that. I am. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, the UFC commentary, I think they have to. They're doing their thing, So yeah. Alexandr, yeah, the accuracy on that knee, man, that was insane. He got him like flush. He's got 5 minutes. Otherwise, I think they'll go to the scorecards and it'll probably be a draw. I think. The thing is, man, people don't understand. You wear cups and that, but if a giant dude like Juan hits you like flush in the nuts, it kills you, man. Man, I cannot imagine how much that would hurt. And the thing is, man, if he cracks you that bad, like you're not getting up and fighting like, dude, if I got hit that hard, I wouldn't go to school the next day. Oh, man. Romanov is dead to the world. He's on his back. He's got 3 minutes left of like recovery time. Yeah, man. My God. That cracked him. Nathan Hoover says, do you think Rob gets a title shot if he wins today? I think he should. Like, no one else has like who else would he have to fight? Greg Ferns, genuine question now. I notice, yeah, we answered that. You wrote that before. Or fighters who are popular, fighters who have been on JRE. Yes, with the UFC commentary. It's maybe my bias. No, I agree with you, Greg. I 100% agree with you. There's like an absolute push for certain people, you know what I mean? And for people that toe the company line as well. And I'm not saying that it's wrong, it's just that that's what it is. 2 minutes, 58 seconds. So he's got 2 minutes. You get 5 minutes to recover. But if you get hit that flush, I don't know that you're coming back from that ever again. No, I agree with you, Greg. I agree with you. And people also, like, you got to remember as well, people follow a narrative and they follow a rhetoric, So, again, like I see it all the time here, people go like, Rob's been on fire lately. And I think like, dude, he's lost one fight in 6 or 7 years. It was only because when he lost to Israel, everyone said, oh, he's done. And like, he lost one fight, in 6, 7 years. Gaslam lost a couple of fights now. Gaslam is far from done. Like it doesn't, people follow the rhetoric, Ian Ma, hey Fab, normal service resumed. It's 2 a.m. here. Greg Fern, sorry for the repetition. Thanks for vindicating my paranoia. I just call it how it is, mate. Man, this guy, I feel sorry for this dude, man. He's out. Oh, Juice says, don't know how to word this, but shouldn't you always fall for a feint? Like if you don't fall for it or get accustomed to not dodging it, it's actually a punch, then you just get hits. Sorry if that's nonsensical. No, I do get what you mean, Juice. And that's why you feint. The only times you might not fall for a feint is when the guy doesn't hit. If he just feints. But no, that's the whole point of feinting, is because the guy is going to move. Even if he doesn't move inside, he saw it. He saw your movement. Uthman Ali, yeah, people have no fucking anything, honestly. I'm sorry to, like, just the shit people say, and I just, or when they say, oh, you know what he should do, this is what he should do, and I think, how do you know that that's not what he was going to do before he got fucking cracked? Just shut up. That's how I feel a lot of the time. Michael Wood, honestly, when it's boring, when commentators try to stay completely neutral, just be honest with your feeling and acknowledge your biases. I think that's an important thing that you just said then, Michael Wood, is when you have to acknowledge your bias. Like, then you can watch it. If I say to you, I want Juan to win this, I do, and then it's obvious in my commentary, but I'm not trying to tell you that I'm not biased. Rob looked, man, AY, I just finished talking about that. Rob looked like a different guy against Israel. He was too aggressive, charging in, and looked like he straight up underestimated Israel and overestimated himself. That is so fucking insulting, man. It's the last time I'm reading some stupid shit like that. Ian Ma, sorry, mate, that 3 a.m. can't tell the time. It's just an insulting thing to say when, like, you have no idea what went on. And people lose fights, man. If he had won, people would be like, "Oh my god, he's a genius. He won." Fuck, it happens. Alexandr, I feel bad for both guys. Clearly unintentional, but Romanov can't continue after getting kneed by such a huge guy. Nah, man, you get hit flush like that, it's fucking over. Yeah, get hit like that, flush, man. It's fucking like bad. And a shot like that in the nuts finishes you, man. And that, honestly, getting hit like that in the nuts would scare me. Like you get poked in the eye, like you have fear. Yeah. Angela Oikul. Yeah, it's one of those things. I fully 100%. Like, people don't get it. Like, it's a fight, dude. You know what I mean? If you really watch that fight and you think that that's what happened, like you think that he just ran charging in, you're a fucking idiot. And you just repeat whatever it is that the status quo is saying. If that's what you really think, then you know nothing about fighting. You shouldn't even talk about it. It's another thing to say this is what happened in the fight and da 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 da. But if you really think that that's what happened, you're out of your fucking mind. Coach, how do you think Vettori will do against Rob? He has been looking good lately. I think Vettori looks good, man, but I do think that Rob's a bit different level. I think that Rob hits a little bit faster than Vettori. Vettori's a little bit more mechanical than Rob, and I think that's that's a big advantage for Rob. Uthman Ali, yeah, but if Rob knocked out Izzy, people will say he was a technical genius or Izzy was never good anyways. 100%, dude. 1,000%. And the truth of the matter is this, dude. Israel Adesanya is a fantastic fighter. We knew that before the fight. Like, you got somebody to say that he underestimated Israel. He's a fucking retard. You're an idiot. Like we don't know who Israel Adesanya was. We live 3 hours flight from him. You know what I mean? Like, we've had guys that those camps at the time had fought each other before, way before. So everyone knew, and the end of the thing is you fight two big guys that hit that hard, one of them's going down, dude. That's the reality. That is 100 reality. Ian Ma, hit flush in the cup by heavyweight pastry cutter springs to mind. So Romanov got the decision. Okay. Juice. I've been hitting the nuts with a soccer ball so many times, and many times I've legit had to feel them to check for abnormalities. Like I legit thought to myself, it's exploded. My nut has exploded. Yeah, that would scare the shit out of me, dude. Honestly, getting kneed that bad by that guy. That's fucking awful. Awful, awful. Oh my god. I'll be back in a second, people. Okay. Um is there a NASCAR revving its engine in my house? No. There's like I live on a main road, and so when people drive past, you can sometimes you can hear it. And plus I opened that door, like I opened this door and then you can hear it. Juice, Fab's gonna tell his Westie cousins to drag race somewhere else. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, man. So, Coach, who do you think will win in the upcoming Bellator fight, Rumble Johnson versus Yoel Romero? Again, I don't know, because I haven't seen him fight in a long time, Rumble Johnson, and I don't think Romero is the same as what he was, and I do think he loses some of his mechanical advantages up at light heavyweight. So I don't know. That's going to be an interesting one. Angela Oiku, I just think at this point, putting Whittaker in there with anyone but each other is just unsafe. Rob made Jared, who is number 3, look like he had no business being in there with him. I agree. But here's another thing, right? Here's another thing for people who just repeat stupid fucking nonsense. In that fight, Jared caught Rob in the 3rd round. He caught him with a combination. He could have dropped Rob. He could have finished Rob. Maybe. Do you know what I mean? If he had caught him. And then what would everyone say? Oh, blah, 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 blah. This is what thing. But he didn't. And it's a game of like this much. You know what I mean? It's a punch landing here. You'll probably take it. A punch landing there, you won't. And so for people to just repeat shit, man, you just honestly go do a sport, understand a little bit about what you're talking about, and then we'll go from there. But no, I do agree with you, Angela. Um, Fred about it says, why don't leg kicks seem to affect Rob? They affect everyone, man. Michael Whelan, I think a slightly more patient Rob who mixes in his wrestling with his striking could beat Israel. We'll see, man. We'll see. We'll see what happens. No, they definitely affect though. The other thing is like a lot of the times it depends who's kicking you too and how many times they kick you. So yeah, but they do affect. Martovi, hey Fab, looking good as always. Thank you, sir. So, Coach Fab, in terms of offensive wrestling, who has the advantage tonight between Rob or Kelvin? They're both good wrestlers offensively. I think that's going to be dictated by who gets off better in the striking realm. That's again what people don't understand. Like people don't get this. In MMA, it's not just wrestling. You can't just run in and double leg someone. It doesn't work that way. Or maybe you can, but generally no. So if Rob or Gaslam starts to get a good rhythm with their striking, then it's going to make it easier for that person, the one that's got their rhythm going, to get the takedown. It's going to be harder if you're the one taking the shots because you're not dictating the rhyme and the rhythm of the fight. Um, Greg Ferns, fighting is fighting. There are people 55th in the world that could be people in the top 10. 1,000%, Greg. 1,000%. And it can happen like that. You know what I mean? Peter Evans, Rob is even better now, more technical. Maybe, or maybe he's not fighting the same fighters that he fought. Yeah. Nah, he grew. Fred about it. He's how much weight did he put on? He grew into that. He was cutting up too much weight to get to welterweight. Um, Ian Ma, the margins are so small at the elite level. Millimeters and microseconds can end a fight. Criticism is often unfair and unjustified. Yeah, man, and it's like the height of ignorance. Like you have no idea what anything. You know what I mean? And you just speak like honestly. If you ask me, say if I look at something real obvious like the Kevin Holland fight, I don't know why he fights like that. I don't think it's a good um I don't think it's a good tactic to fight like that. But it's a very clear thing what's happening there. Why he does it, I don't know. I'm not going to go and say he should train with Daniel Cormier. Man, he has Travis Lutter in his corner. It's not like that's the problem. He might go and train with someone else and he decides that he's going to start changing stuff. But that wasn't because Travis Lutter is not a good coach. So I don't know. Yeah, better fight IQ. Again, it's super insulting, like if you're talking about Rob's fight IQ, like this is a dude that won the belt, beat Jacare, beat like all these people, and then he loses one fight, and then he wins the next three. So he's lost one fight in 6 years, and people have like something to say about it. Man, I would just watch the fights and not say anything. Martovi, speaking of leg kicks, I rewatched the Cannonier versus Rob fight, and Cannonier really ate up Rob's lead leg. Sort of makes me worried about what kind of damage Izzy can do. But Rob is a tough dude. Yeah, 100%, man. It's not like that's what I'm saying, dude. Like even with that Cannonier fight, um, there were a lot of things, man, that could have gone different ways. You know what I mean? They could have gone different ways. Had Cannonier landed a few more of those kicks on the calf as opposed to the thigh, maybe that would have made a big difference. People don't understand. It's like this much is not much. Saul says, Coach, what is the wrestling level in Australia like compared to US or Caucasus countries like Georgia, Russia? Non-existent. Non-existent. The wrestling community in Australia is like tiny, very, 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 very small, very small. You wouldn't say you have like a wrestling culture here or anything. The jiu-jitsu is good, it's pretty good, but the wrestling, not so much. Wrestling, nah. You'd probably have a few hundred registered wrestlers. Christian Laurent, hey Fab, is Rob's right high kick one of a kind, given its blend of traditional martial arts and Muay Thai? I don't know if I'd say one of a kind, but he's definitely got his own blend to it. Not many people can do it the way that he does it. And I think it's just a mix of his training and just who he is. Andrei Yusuf says Rob respected Cannonier's hands. Maybe I don't know. Sean Raimondi, the marketing gets to people's heads, man. So bad, honestly, so bad. It's so bad. Like it's out of control. Like how bad that is, and people just repeat it. Jared said that Rob broke his arm in the first, and it's hard to come back from that. Angela Oiku, you're 100% right. People don't get this sort of thing. Like, you don't know what happens in a fight for you to talk. Like, say, for example, for you to go, oh, Cannonier, this is what you should have done. Cannonier's arm got broken in the first round. Think about that. You know what I mean? You don't know what happens, man. You don't have any idea. Caleb Dowling, how would we go about integrating a bigger wrestling culture in Australia? I don't know. Christian Laurent, it's a special right high kick, very unique. Yeah, and the way that he sets up, uh, the way he sets up the right hand, like he throws the right hand and then the right high kick. Joshua Wilcox, you distracted Rob from winning the Adesanya fight with his podcast. Yes, I did, mate. I did. My Tovi, hey Fab, it says that you're going to have an Askren versus Paul breakdown commentary on Grange TV. Are you going to be running that, or is it going to be Eli? Me, straight after the main event here, I'm going to switch over. So hopefully I'll be able to do it at the same time, like straight after. When Rob blitzes in but needs to stop his momentum, does he ever have trouble with that? No, because you don't blitz straight into the person. Like, you blitz and you go out. Like, if you throw a right hand, then you go under your right hand and you throw that left hook. So you're out. You don't like blitz straight into the person, or you finish with a double leg if you're going to go straight that way. So it's not, you come charging in forward, Alexandra Banworth, anytime somebody loses, social media is filled with smooth-brained takes about wrong game plan, etc., etc. Like some casual fight fan with no experience would know better than world-class coaches. Shaking my head, says Alexandre. Not just the world-class coaches, like the guy fucking, even if the coaches said to him, go and do this, he's not retarded, dude. He's like one of the best fighters ever. So what are you talking about? Like, so you're 100% right, Alexandre. You're 100% right. It blows my mind, to be honest with you. It does blow my mind. We're off, people. We're off. So Pena in the black versus Munoz in the white. Munoz in the southpaw. Both boys in the southpaw stance. Pena looks to have a massive advantage reach wise, but Munoz looks to be a very, very compact and strong individual. Front kick down the middle by Pena. A jab by Pena from the southpaw stance. Nice little feints there by Pena. Oh, nice little exchange there. Both boys connected. Okay, Pena looked for a body clinch. Munoz, sorry, beg your pardon. Munoz looked for a body clinch and Pena was able to stifle it. Pena trying to give lots of different looks to Munoz and keep him up against the cage, which he's doing a good job. But now Munoz has landed a lovely takedown there from a wayward kick from Pena. Pena looking to hit a switch, I believe. This is very good jiu-jitsu here, very good grappling in general from Pena by not capitulating and laying on his back. This is making Munoz work, making Munoz have to continue wrestling. If you stop, and this is what happens a lot of times, when you stop, then you have to restart and overcome inertia if you get taken down. If you don't capitulate and you continue to work and try and get up, then it's very hard for the person to get you down and then start to grapple from that dominant position. Although Munoz is doing a fantastic job of having not lost that. So he's got Pena up against the cage and he's looking to ride him over and he's looking to continue this. He's got a very, very good. He's up behind Pena with a good little body lock and pushing Pena up against the cage. He's landing good knees. There's 3 minutes to go. Both these guys can grapple, man. Both these guys can wrestle really nicely. I like the way that what they're doing. Pena's looking for Kimura and he uses that to get out. Looking really good. Nice little left hand landed by Pena, by Munoz, sorry, and Pena was already sliding out of the way. So good job by both these guys. Pena looks much more comfortable on the feet than does Munoz. Again, a nice little lead left hand by Munoz. But he's got a massive reach advantage, does Pena, and he's able to just slide out of the way and hit him with the little jabs. Again, nice calf kick landed by Munoz. Another calf kick landed by Munoz. Left hand landed by Munoz. None of these are landing flush other than the calf kicks. Another one. That one landed just near the knee. That stings. The peroneal nerve that runs down your knee, it really makes this, gives you a really bad sting. Jab to the body by Munoz. Nice little flying knee there by Pena. But Munoz catches him, takes him up against the cage. There's 1 minute to go. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Pena gets the whizzer. He's looking for the underhook. He's got it. He's achieved that, which breaks the grips of Munoz. Now he's got the double underhooks and he goes looking for a knee on the break. Oh, nice little right hook landed by Munoz. I'd like to see Munoz go back to the calf kick when he gets a chance. He has had some success with it. Pena looks like a big boy in there though too. At first you think he's like looks skinny, but he's actually like not a small guy. But Munoz landed a nice little combination there. Oh, couple of big shots landed by Munoz. It's hard to tell because of Pena's hair. When he gets hit, his head rocks back. So in fact, he might look like he's getting hit harder than he is. I'm not sure. Because he's kind of sliding with the punches as well. But he has been hit. 7 seconds to go. That's the round. Greg Ferns says, you could carve MMA doesn't work and bash someone's head in with it and they'd still say, but he was susceptible to leg kicks in this fight against this person. Yeah, 100%. Fred About It says, if Jacob Malkoun gets knocked out, does he get cut? I hope not, man. I really hope not. Is it a common pattern for orthodox fighters to duck to their right? And is it a problem or something fighters just try to change, says Juice. Generally, when you're learning to fight, so if I'm orthodox like this, when the jab comes, I slip to the outside of the jab when you're learning because you don't want to necessarily, as a rule of thumb, I'm not saying that you can't, but necessarily if you throw a jab and I slip inside, I'm slipping into the right hand. That's where that comes from. Roger, who does Fab pick when they're both Hispanic fighters? You racist man, Roger. How dare you? Peter Evans. They're all warriors. Respect. Thank you, Peter. Peter Evans can do without trash talk. Peter Evans, great commentary. Thank you, sir. Nathan Hoover says Pena needs to check these calf kicks. They're going to slow him down big time. It looks like it. Looks like it. We're off, people. We're off. Both guys in southpaw stance. Another one landed. Another calf kick landed. And these things take their toll, man. They might not look like they do, but those ones that are just on the knee, those ones really hurt. SQL, did you hear about Drucker versus Stevens being cancelled? Drucker got concussed and whiplash from that shove at the weigh-ins. No, I didn't know. I don't even know if that's true. Is it true? I don't know. So, nice little body rip there by Pena. A lot of movement from Pena. Munoz looking to go to the body. Munoz ducks under. Pena's doing a good job of chasing him forward, coming forward and kind of close. Ooh, nice little knee. Just missed. just missed Munoz. But then Munoz answers with another calf kick of his own. And at some point, that calf kick is going to start paying dividends because I don't believe that Pena can take too many more of those calf kicks. And big combination there. Seems to have stumbled Pena. Good defense has Pena. Pena with a great sprawl. He's got the whizzer. He can wrestle this guy. Both these guys can wrestle, man. Munoz in deep on a double. Again, see, Pena doesn't stop. So he continues to defend this. He continues to defend it. And he's able to get back. He's going to get back to his feet here. Munoz doing a great job. These guys can wrestle. I love watching fights like this. Nice job by Munoz. Nice job. And that only comes from you wrestling all the time from when you're young. Knees down the middle by Pena. Is it really true, Gigi, that it's the injury is undisclosed and it's from the push? You know, the problem is I feel sorry for the guy that got pushed because he shouldn't be touching the other guy anyways at the weigh-ins. You know, so you shouldn't have touched him. That's the truth of the matter, how I feel. Nice little jab landed by Pena as Munoz lands a calf kick. Nice movement by Pena. But he hasn't landed the shots as significantly as Munoz has, in my opinion. I don't know if that's true or not. But Munoz seems like he's slowing down a tad. When looking for another calf kick, did Munoz. Interesting. He brought him through and then threw a knee up the middle. Pena throws a little kind of shovel jab or kind of distance uppercut, whichever way you want to call it. Another calf kick landed there by Munoz. And see, this is my point, you know, when people are talking, it all depends how the shots land as well. These ones don't seem to have landed with the same kind of impact that some other calf kicks do. You know, it might take a little longer to slow someone down with the kind of calf kicks that Munoz is throwing. It all depends, you know. So to just talk about things like throwing these blanket statements out is very difficult. Now this is starting to hurt. I think that was a really good one that landed by Pena. By Munoz, sorry. Beg your pardon. Again, Pena looking to land some short punch. Big right hand landed by Munoz. Oh, went high with a kick. Munoz ducks under it. Nice little exchange there. Nobody really landing flush. Nice little 1-2 landed by Pena. And then a left hand landed by Munoz. Pena seemed to slide a little bit then on the sign. Gigi says, Alexandra says, can't be good to get whiplash when still dehydrated. No, it can't be. Gigi says, yeah, he says he felt dizzy and nauseous after he was pushed, but didn't say what the injury was specifically. Close is fighting Jay Herbert in June, I think, says Uthman. Alexandria Bamworth. Stevens has history of assaulting people and just being a bad person. Yeah, I don't know. Gigi, I think Stevens should be awarded the TKO. Laugh out loud. Yeah. I don't know. Fighting at the weigh-ins is like a real weird thing to me. I don't get it. You know what I mean? And Masvidal said this once. It's like, you see the guys at the weigh-ins has never had a fight, don't know anything about fighting, and they're following people around, acting tough and all of that. And you just think, man, like, man, the fight's the next day, man. Just wait. We're about to start, people. And we're off, people. Both guys in southpaw stance. Ian Masters, pretty even fight. Great wrestling, very technical. Yeah, I really like this fight, man. I really, really like this fight. If you're a sock'em, rock'em kind of guy, you're not going to like this fight. But from their stand-up is not super technical, but their wrestling and their scrambles and their exchange in the wrestling scrambles is really, really nice. I really like it. Another calf kick landed. They exchange calf kicks now. Oh, another calf kick landed by Pena that seems to have hurt Munoz. Oh, front kick by Pena. Another calf kick landed by Munoz, partially checked by Pena, but sometimes if it lands right on the tibialis anterior, it affects your leg. Three minutes and 58 seconds to go. Oh, little right hand over the top. Pena with his hands down, coming forward, showboating, but cops another massive calf kick. It spins him around this time. Flying knee attempt missed by Pena. Little jab there by Pena. I don't know who's winning this fight. I got to say, my opinion, Munoz, maybe, but I'm not scoring the fight. I'm not judging the fight. I'm just watching the fight. So I don't know exactly who'd give this fight to. Another left hand miss. Pena doing a lot of showboating, but not a lot of damage. Right hand to the body by Munoz. They exchange jabs. 2 minutes 50 seconds. Another calf kick, and I do believe that one had a better. Pena did a better job of checking. Right to the body by Munoz. Very smart because Pena leans back. Nice. They're both going for it. There's 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. I don't think either one of these guys has a fight in the bag. It might be a round apiece. It could be, I don't know. Watching it live like this, I don't know. I don't know who's winning this fight. Pena's landing some good jabs down the middle. Went for a high kick. Gets taken down again. Does Pena, but Munoz hasn't got the control there. He hasn't really been able to control Pena on the ground when he does take him down. Pena did a good job, whizzer, and then an underhook. Another calf kick. Exchange jabs. Pena throwing with much more fluidity than Munoz. Munoz's attacks seem a little bit more labored, a little bit more forced, but he is very, very effective with his attacks. He's gone for a single leg off a knee that he managed to catch, and he's pushed Pena up against the cage. Pena gets the whizzer, gets the underhook. Now he's got double underhooks, goes looking for a knee and a right hand and misses them both. Back in the southpaw stance, throws a little combination, and then he's able to step back. They exchange. Pena landing a 1-2, a nice 1-2 on Munoz. He seems to have rocked Munoz a little bit. There's 57 seconds to go. They're exchanging heavily here. Pena landing some nice little accurate strikes and able to land them. Now he's moving Munoz across the cage with a whizzer. But Munoz is very strong, man, very determined. Again, a big knee by Pena goes missing there. Just missed a couple of times. Very, very close in this fight to landing that knee, which he hasn't been able to land. Munoz lands a couple of his own. I do not know how to score this fight. Nice 1-2 landed by Pena, but Munoz with answers with the left hand of his own. Pena goes with a fly kick down the middle. Right high kick. Landing that jab is Pena. Ooh, big left hand landed by Munoz. That's the fight, people. That's a wrap. Okay, guys, can I ask that any political and or religious discussions or debates be done in a different forum? if we do have to go, I'm going to just block people, man. I don't want to have religious or political debates on here. AY says Ben Askren is not representing MMA against Jake Paul because he never cared about striking or even learning to strike, from George Masvidal. It's Caleb, mate. Fabi, it's Caleb and Eli. Let's get a final prediction on the fight. Like I said, I think Rob should win. I think Rob should win. That's my even my objective. My objective pick would be Rob. I think Rob's gonna kick the legs, kick the lead leg, kick the body, kick the head, start to land more shots. But it's very, very, very tight. Say, take this fight for example. When you're watching this fight, I don't even know who wins yet. But Pena was throwing up knees, and at any time he could have caught Munoz flush, but he didn't, and he missed by inches at times. If he lands a knee and he finishes it, what are you going to talk about? Well, what Munoz should have done this? Now, come on. Was a close one. I'll be back in a second, people. I don't get it. That was a close fight. I don't know. I had it the other way, but I wasn't scoring it, so I don't know. Um Juice, yeah, Ben Askren did not look like in super shape. Games for has Yo fought since being released? No. No, he hasn't. Fuck, I should have got water when I left. I'll be back. Um Hanoi Trip Bus. Askren's card is a joke. 1.5 hours in and 6 minutes of boxing. Now Snoop Dogg is rapping. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm gonna just do that fight when this is done. I'm not gonna not be on this card for sure. Relapse Scucks, please don't ask for illegal streams on my YouTube channel. Juice Fab has clearly lost his puffer jacket. No, I have it here, but it's not quite cold enough for the puffer jacket. He's fighting some Nemkov guy on Bellator. Interesting to see what he does there. The card is Nemkov is good, by the way. I don't know who you. Okay, no worries, Relapse Scucks. I don't want to lose my channel, mate, or get fined or anything. Seeing as I've got very little money and my daughter eats only when we have donations. So Tracy Cortez versus Justine Kish. Okay. I thought Jacob's fight was on next. I forgot about that fight. I don't know. I don't think I've seen Tracy Cortez. Or Justine Kish. I feel like maybe it looked like he has a hard time controlling guys when he gets them down because he seems just a bit small for middleweight. Who are you talking about, Angela Oikle? Hanoi Tripper. Phil Davis, he was too inactive versus Nemkov. Oh, okay. Hanoi Tripper. Cortez versus girl who pooped herself in the octagon. Alexandra Banworth. Angela Oikle. Rob is not small. He's just fighting good guys. Now, he's not small at all at middleweight, if you're talking about Rob. YRN says, Boski says, bro, Fab Tracy is like a model. Oh, okay. I don't know. I didn't know. Martovi, there was a small grappling exchange between Rob and Cannonier, I think, and there was some nice ground and pound. I've never seen Rob out grappled in the octagon, like he's never been out grappled that I can think of. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that I can think of, no, he hasn't been out grappled. AY says Rob is a solid size for middleweight for sure. Yeah, he's a big boy, dude. He's a big guy. If you see him in real life, he's a big guy. He's not tall like Israel's tall, like real tall, and broad. Like Israel's tall and broad, and Rob's like thicker and more compact. Even Gastelum's not that small, man. They say, oh, he's this, he's not that small, dude. He's not. When you see him in real life, he's got a giant head. It's like he's got a giant head and a giant fucking body, and his arms and legs are small. But it's like somebody got a heavyweight and then chopped off their arms at the elbows and his legs at the knees. That's what Gaslam's built like. Juice. I've been watching a lot of One Championships. Their post fights right afterwards. It's great. On that, if you were to recommend a promotion to start in, which would you recommend? This is an interesting question, because I have guys coming up that it's going to become apparent in a second, in a while, not right now, but in a year or 2 years, maybe. It depends, man. It depends because really the UFC, their promotion is huge. So you can do a lot of leveraging off the fact of the promotion. So that's huge. That's a big thing. The money is quite comparable at times, in the UFC. If you have the talent to go the whole way, the UFC has got the bigger money at this point. You can't argue that. Although some of the organizations are getting a little bit more competitive pay-wise, but they can't do for you what the promotion can do. That doesn't mean you're a better fighter. That doesn't mean the fighters in UFC at the top are better than the other guys, but the UFC has definitely got more depth. And so the money's there, so that's the reality. What I'd advise people to do, and this is what I always advise people to do, whether people listen to me or not is a different story, is to make sure you're ready before you undergo that transition. So I would really say to people, I'll really say to people, make sure that you've got your boxing in, you've got your wrestling in, you've got your kickboxing in, you've got your jiu-jitsu comps, you've competed as much as you can in all those things. You've competed on the regional circuits as much as you can, because when you get called up, you can fight anyone. You could be like, whatever organization you go to, if it's a big organization, you could be fighting the guy that's going to end up being the best of all time. You don't want to have gone to Bellator going, oh, Bellator's easy. Who's your first fight? Fucking, oh, I don't know, a guy named Hector Lombard. You know what I mean? He was a monster. Hector's a fucking monster, dude. He was so good, man, at his peak as well. No easy fight, man, for you. So you could be, you know what I mean? You could be going, I'm going to go to Bellator because I want to, it's easier than the UFC. It's not, dude. Your first fight could be, like I said, Hector, and he's debuting there as well. Like, you don't know. So I don't know which, I'd say if you can get into the UFC, get into the UFC. But the first thing I would say to you is make sure you're ready, dude. Because once you're in, you're fucking in. You can't say, oh, okay, I'm going to not fight the hard guys. No, you're going to fight whoever. Marquez says, I was shocked to learn Rob was as tall as he is. Somehow Rob looks kind of short in video. He's a big boy, dude. He's not little. Gastelum looks 6 foot wide at the weigh-ins. Dude, he's a stout little guy, mate. I'm telling you. Martovi, people say the camera adds 10 pounds. I say it deducts 10 pounds. I saw Josh Jackson on my way to the gym the other day, and the bloke's forearm is the size of my head. You don't forget, you're also watching guys that when they're in their peak, like physical shape, they probably put on 8 kilos outside of their fight weight. I want to see Israel versus Kevin Holland. I can't see Kevin Holland beating Israel. YRN says, Fab, do you watch kickboxing too? Yeah, as much as I can. AY says, Gaslam's fitness coach trainer is his girlfriend. If he wins tonight, fair play. But if he loses, then maybe he should, You're on fire today, AY. You're on fire. I like you, AY. Please don't go, but please be nice. Alexandre Benworth, who you got for the Jessica versus Valentina fight? I think Jess has made some good progress with defense and cage craft, but I think Valentina is likely to step ahead and won't be easy to bully. Man, anyone can beat anyone, but I'd have to go off form, and Valentina just looks amazing. Michael Wood, is Cortez fighting with eyelash extensions? Laughing my ass off. Is she really? That's different. Guillermo says, am I a Rod Tang fan? I'm not a Rod Tang fan. I don't have posters of him on my wall or anything, but I definitely enjoy watching him fight. But I'm not like a huge, massive fan of his, but I enjoy watching him fight. Absolutely, yeah. Yes. So the short answer to that is yes. I had some green tea, and I don't do well on caffeine, and I'm high as a kite. I can't take any kind of stimulants or anything, like I don't handle it very well. As soon as I have anything that stimulates, I'm just like, not good. And as I've gotten older, I've gotten like worse with that kind of thing. This is not a funny story, but yeah, I had he's like a friend of mine kind of thing, and he's a bit of a wild man, and he was on heroin and a whole bunch of stuff. He's a mate of mine, lives kind of on, doesn't matter where, but I knew him growing up and that, and he's broken into like vet shops and that, and stolen the like the thing that they put dogs to sleep with, the anesthetics that they put into dogs, and because he couldn't get heroin, and he shot that into his arm. I don't know how the guy hasn't killed himself, and I only say that because I think of how much like a cup of coffee affects me, man. I fly on a cup of coffee. I can't imagine injecting stuff into myself and all sorts of crazy stuff. So Justine Kish, I've seen this girl fight, man. Yeah, she's got good stand up. She's got very good stand up. It's gonna be interesting. And the Krav Maga green belt. Hanoi Tripper, do Uruguayans drink mate like Argentinians do? Yeah, very similar. But they drink a lot of sweet mate as well, whereas I don't drink mate, but Uruguayans drink more mate amargo, and mate amargo is bitter. It's not sweet. Angela Oikle, drug addiction is a hell of a thing. Yeah, man, it is. And she is fighting with the eyelash extensions. Yeah, it is, man. It's crazy. and I don't even know like what state of mind you'd have to be in to break into a vet and inject dog anesthetics into you. And he'd say like he injected it, and then he'd like inject too much, like, and he'd get like a high, but then he'd pass out and wake up like in the bush somewhere or something. So maybe he didn't pass out straight away. Maybe he just can't remember. My Paraguayan friend said it's theirs. Probably, it probably is. Like, it's like, don't forget, like all of those countries weren't like they weren't always divided like that. So that would have been around forever. Joseph, coach, my update of the Askren fight. There is a legit slap fight officiated by Ric Flair, and yes, you heard it right. Oh, are you serious? There's a slap fight, and it's officiated by Ric Flair. Wow, far out. I'm glad I'm not doing the whole card. Pranav says, my friend is Uruguayan, and when I tried mate, it was bitter. Yeah, it's bitter. Uruguayan mate is bitter. Nathan Hoover says, what do you think of the Lucas Brown versus Paul Gallen fight? Who do you think wins? I don't know, because I haven't seen Lucas Brown fight in ages. You know, I haven't seen him fight in ages. Ian Ma says, thank you, and be back when you can be, man. Games for you. It's sad to see what's happened in the US with drug addiction. Yes, it is, sir. Christian Lawrence says, Volk is poolside in Vegas watching the UFC. Okay. AY, if Connor loses again, does it call it quits? I don't know. Up to him. Greg Ferns, dog anesthetics are not stimulants, they're downers. No, I know they're downers. I'm saying for me, even like having a cup of coffee, affects me, yeah, as an upper, of course. But I can't imagine injecting myself with anything. Like, you know, comparatively, if obviously it's a downer, but if that's the effect a cup of coffee has on me, I don't want to try a downer. I'd like to see Gallen versus Bam Bam Martovi. That's an interesting fight, eh? Angela Oikul, is she allowed to be wearing those eyelashes? It's crazy, eh? Like, they're pretty big. You know what? I don't even find those things attractive. It's just like such a weird thing. I don't find those crazy fake eyelashes attractive. So Alexandre Bandwidth, you say it's a freak show with a bunch of musicians, no boxing so far. So even the undercard hasn't started. Pranav Murthy says, "Hey Fab, does Peter Yan manage to not get taken down? How does Peter Yan not manage to get taken down when he uses his high guard? Isn't it generally recommended to keep your hands low and rely on head movement?" No, it just depends on how you fight. You also got to understand that Peter Yan's boxing is not like pretty good boxing. He's had like 130 amateur boxing fights or something like that. So his ability to distance control is very, very good. So people aren't they can't just get in. It's not as simple as that. So his ability to distance control is very good. And then another thing that he does is he punches on a switch. So he'll go left, step through with the right. So he punches with the right, and then he can throw the left again and step through again, and then he throws a right hand as well. And that creates a like it's hard for you to get the timing on how to shoot on him. He's very, very good at managing the distance. So is Israel. So is Rob. That's what makes him very hard to get down. We're off, people. So Cortez in the black, Kish in the white, Cortez holding the center of the octagon. And Kish looking to land an inside kick. Ooh, big kick landed by Kish. Girls trading hard. Big kick landed by Kish. I would assume that Kish has the advantage on the feet. Nice little elbows landed by Kish there. Looking to land knees. Okay, so now Cortez has pushed Kish up against the wall. Inside trip. Nice takedown by Cortez with an inside trip. Now she's in Kish's open guard. She's from here. What she wants to do is get her hips over Kish's hips, so Kish can't use her hips anymore. Chin over her chin, like she's doing now, and start landing some big shots. Kish goes looking for an armbar, which she's not going to get from there. Cortez landed some nice ground and pound there. She's got to keep going with it. Yeah, so it's not just the guard up here. It's what you do with your feet. And Peter Yan does a great job of not relying on head movement or his guard. He uses his feet a lot to create distance, to come back forwards, create angles. So it's very hard to take him down like that. And when you're shooting kind of a little bit, just that little bit further out, and he's able to defend it much easier. That, and he's also got crazy balance. He's a very, very gifted athlete. I think he was a master of sport in Russia with boxing, and they don't just give those out to okay athletes. So a master of sport in Russia, you have to have medaled a podium. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you have to have podium finished at a national level, and an international master of sports is you have to have podium finished in international competition. Cortez doing a good job of winning this round. There's 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. She is in Kish's open guard, but again, Kish is not doing a great job of being able to kick her off and get back to her feet. AY, if she does, can you please put money into our account? Again, she's in the open guard. Now she went to kick her off. But Cortez is starting to try and pass now. She's in a half guard. She's passed. Good job by Cortez. Now she's got her in a crucifix position almost. The only thing that saved Kish then is that she had the underhook and she was able to get to her feet. But it's very dangerous when you have that underhook and you go a little bit too high. If you want to, she could have avoided that by going lower, Kish. She could have taken that underhook and gone behind the knee, and that would have allowed her to transition to a single leg. When she went up too high, up on the back, she was if Cortez had been a little bit more savvy, she would have been able to step over and go straight into mount. But now still Cortez has got the much bigger advantage here on the ground. She's taken her back. She's looking. So she took her back from a kind of modified Kimura trap there almost. The same kind of setup, really. So she'll be looking here for an armbar or a rear naked choke. The whole point of the Kimura trap really is to get not the Kimura necessarily, but rather to get the back and then anything that you can get from there. She's got the body triangle now, so it tells me that she'll probably be going for a rear naked choke as soon as she can free her hands up. The body triangle takes a lot in this position as well. It does gas the legs of Cortez a little bit, but in Kish's situation here, it will really start to wear her out because that's on tight, that one. So Cortez, I think, wins this round quite comfortably. It's taken her back. I don't think she's going to get the choke. Kish doing a good. From here, you can get submitted with a body triangle like that. It's a spinal lock. Frickland got finished like that by Ivan Salivary. Arthur Falling says, hope he comes out with those hands like he did in Nogueira. Fuck. That was hard for me to watch that. I'm a huge Nogueira fan, eh? Huge fan of Nogueira. So Hanoi Tripper says, old Frank Me is probably falling asleep waiting to come out. Who's next? Beyonce. Is Beyonce really there? For real? Like, I'm asking because I don't know. I can't see the fight. I'm just curious. Cortez did a great job on the ground. I was very, very impressed. That inside trip was very, very nice. Greg Ferns, how did you score Max versus Volkov 2? I thought it was a super close fight, dude. I thought it was a super close fight. I was going for Alex, obviously. But I thought it was a super close fight. I don't think either one of those guys could turn around and say it was a robbery, irrespective. Guillermo Rodriguez, Draco Close suffered cervical sprain, concussion as a result of Jeremy Stevens' shove Friday at ESPN. Rick James, thanks, mate. Wow. We're off, people. We're off. Again. Now, I've seen Kish fight before, and for her striking credentials, she doesn't seem to strike that well here in the octagon. There she goes, and she just lands a right left there, which was nice. I don't know why exactly that is. I think sometimes it's a little bit hard to transfer the striking with the women, just because there isn't the same level of shot in as you do in men's. Whereas I think women grapplers transition a little better. Oh, right hand landed by Kish. Oh, both girls exchange. Kish with a nice little elbow on the break. 3 minutes and 58 seconds to go in the second round. So there's no boxing yet, Alexandre. Randy, hi Fab, loving the commentary as always. Thank you, Randy. Appreciate you for being on. Thank you so much. So they haven't started boxing. There's just been like a concert now. Nice, nice. She shucked it. So Cortez shucked Kish off her, and now she's taken it back. Kish was on all fours. Cortez took her back. She's got wrist control on one of her arms. And great job here. Great job by Cortez. Mark Anthony, who's winning? I would say Cortez. Carbon Black's 666 says, first time tuning in, mate, doing a top job. Thank you, Carbon Black. I really appreciate it, sir. Thank you so much for joining us and watching with us. Guys, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe and hit the notification bell. Oh, Kish has managed to escape. She's taken Cortez's back. Oh, lands a 1-2. I want to see Kish exploit her stand up, which I would imagine would have to be the advantage here for her. It's definitely not the grappling, regardless of which way you want to go with this. Right hand landed by Cortez. Kish doesn't seem to have the fluidity with her own striking. Oh, lands a little right hand, does Kish. Favorite boxing division, Fab says Pranav. Man, I don't know the division necessarily, but there's a lot of guys that I really enjoy watching fight. And they're scattered across all different divisions. Oh, both of these girls really going, but I can't. Kish doesn't seem to be able to get out of like second gear. She with her striking. Cortez holding the center of the octagon. Kish hits with an overhand right. Again, both girls moving around looking for an angle. Kish momentarily switches to southpaw, then back to orthodox. She does that twice and lands a nice lead right hand. It's flush on Cortez's chin, but Cortez takes it, shakes it off, and keeps coming forward. Oh, she paired up a couple of left kicks to the body. Did Kish. Now Cortez goes to the body with a kick of her own. Outside leg kick landed by Cortez both times. She catches a kick, does Kish, and answers with a right hand down the pipe of her own. There's 43 seconds to go. I think Kish may have edged this one out. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea anymore, people. Very, very close round. Ooh, nice leg kick landed by Kish, and a right hand down the pipe landed by Cortez. Inside leg kick landed by Cortez. 1-2 landed by Kish. Cortez has looked like she's gaining more confidence in her stand up. Spinning back fist, swinging a miss by Kish. Hits again. She hits Cortez with two leg kicks. But yeah, Cortez looks to have gained a lot more confidence with the stand up. I think that Kish hasn't been able to hurt her. Randy, You worked with a lot of professional athletes. Is there a big discrepancy between their public persona to how they actually are as people? From Randy. I have worked with a lot of, like, generally, yeah, because not even in a bad way or a good way. Like, I'd say, yeah, because I said this last week as well. Like, you don't generally go out and say to people, hey, my name's Fab and these are all my flaws, for instance. So, and the public's going to crucify you for your flaws. So, no, you don't. I'd say it's not really what you see in the public eye is not really what necessarily that person's like. And then you don't know people until you actually deal with them on a permanent basis. Like on a, you if you know someone, I don't know, if I meet you on the street, everyone's going to be nice for 5 minutes, even for an hour. You know what I mean? It's only when you start dealing with people, a little bit more. Um, Greg Ferns, did you notice her? Yeah, no, I don't. I noticed that they did, but I don't really think Joseph. Coach, humor me. How do you think Fedor versus Francis would play out? I think the problem there is, man, that the game has really changed since Fedor. You know what I mean? Um, like you got. I don't think. I think there'd be a lot of other guys that would beat Fedor nowadays. Not just. I think Meerschaert would beat Fedor. I think Francis is just. Francis can always hit you and knock you the fuck out. That's the truth, and he doesn't have to hit you that hard. AY, Jake literally joined a riot last year and broke into a store and stole expensive watches. And dude, for no serious punishment and didn't lose any of his moronic fans. Sad, sad stuff. Yeah, see, I don't, that's insane to me. I don't even know. I don't know anything about these guys. I don't really know. I just know that it's a card that's happening and whenever I can commentate them, I will. But it's insane what you just said. 3 minutes and 58 seconds to go. Kish lands a pair of right hands on Cortez. Cortez goes looking for a takedown. She looks for the inside trip. She gets it. And I do believe that this will more or less seal the fight for Cortez. She's not going to get that armbar from there. That's not going to happen from Kish's perspective. Cortez is doing a good job when she does get her down to be able to hold that position. Kish goes to her. Oh, nice. She's in the turtle position. She copped a lot of ground and pound there from Cortez. Cortez is able to ride her back down. She goes looking to take the back. Does Cortez. This is a very good hold down because she's got the leg trapped and she's got the firearm trapped. It's going to be very, very hard for Kish to be able to stand up. Even if she tries to roll her or whatever, that leg is trapped. So she won't be able to roll her over like this, like as she just tried to do then. She wouldn't be able to. Looking for a guillotine is Cortez. That guillotine is in pretty deep. It's in deep. Very, very deep. It's got a high elbow guillotine. Kish did the right thing initially, and she did try and circle the correct way. I don't think that Cortez is going to get it. She circled out. She circled out. Like she kind of arm dragged out of that guillotine. Did Kish, but that was a pretty deep guillotine. There's 2 minutes to go. I think that Cortez has won this fight quite comfortably. Again, I'm not judging. I don't know, but I think she has. Nice work. Oh, she drops her. Kish dropped Cortez with the right hand. I don't know how much was on that because Cortez was kicking at the same time. So I don't know how much was on that as opposed to how much it was just she was off balance. But it definitely looks good in the judge's eyes, I don't know if that's enough to even things up. I really don't. There's a minute and 12 seconds to go. I don't know that Kish has really taken advantage of anything that she may have wobbled Cortez with at all. Right hand lands by by Cortez. Again, she goes looking for it. So she goes for the kick, does Cortez, and Kish launches the right hand down the pipe, and she kind of landed at that time too. Cortez lands a little jab of her own then. Nice little body kick landed by Cortez. There's 39 seconds to go. Those lashes are still on her head, says Carbon Black. You'd think they might have knocked. I'm surprised that they are. They're very durable. I don't know exactly how they work. If they're stuck on by some adhesive or they're weaved on, I don't have any idea about any of these things. You see, I'm a bit of a caveman. But whatever company makes those eyelashes, they should be paying Cortez because they stayed on, man. 13 seconds to go. Three, two, one. I believe Cortez wins that comfortably. Yeah, I do. Chris K, I agree with you. Hey, she looks real stiff, real mechanical. Angela Oikle says, why does the canvas always seem so slippery? Apparently, it's because they say that something that they're using to clean the octagon and makes it slippery. Because it's actually very coarse. The octagon, the surface is very coarse. Yeah, I don't know, Michael Wood. I agree. She doesn't seem to have that. She seems rather mechanical with the stand up. Richard Tim says, "Oh, that your sister skydived with that with fake lashes." Ruthless Guna TV says adhesive. Ah, interesting. And they stayed on. Wow, wow. Yeah, I don't even know how that works. Wow. Who do you guys think won this one? I think Cortez did enough to win. What's the commentator's curse, Martovi? What's the commentator's curse? Chris K says, I've seen pics of Cortez without the extensions. Looks better natural, in my opinion. Possibly. Angela Oikle says, yeah, they will stay on your face through pretty much anything. Okay. Both girls super tough. Yeah, okay. A lot of people saying Kish, a lot of people saying Cortez. Interesting. Interesting. I thought Cortez just from watching the fight, right? I wasn't judging the fight. I wasn't scoring the fight. I thought Cortez won the fight. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It was a close fight, but okay, I see what you're saying. So Cortez won it. Okay, interesting. Great. Great. Okay, I will be back. Chris K. Gastelum by flying armbar at 4:59 of round 5. You know, the funny thing is with Gaslam is that he is actually quite agile, man. He's very agile. He moves quite well. I'm not saying he's going to do a flying armbar, but he moves quite well. Alexandre says Reyes versus Prochaska is going to be awesome. Jiri is stupidly powerful, very unorthodox, and takes a lot of risks with his hands down. But he has a great chin and sends people flying with those hands. Yeah, man. I agree. Everything that you said, Alexandre. Maybe Christian Laurent. Hey, Fab. Rob ranked his 5 most dangerous Aussie animals this week, and they were 1, the brown snake, 2, the Sydney funnel web, 3, the redback, 4, the blue ringed octopus, and 5, the blue bottle. Okay. Yes. I disagree. I'm going to go with the brown snake, the Sydney funnel web. Although the brown snake is not the most dangerous snake in Australia, but it is more dangerous because it's around more people. So yeah, the brown snake, the Sydney funnel web. I will take out the redback because it's not really thing. And I'll put a box jellyfish. Number 4 would be the Urukanji. So number 3 would be the box jellyfish. Number 4 would be the Urukanji. And I'll put number 5, the blue ringed octopus. That would be my list. The commentators, Martovi, the commentators curses when the commentator praises someone's team and the opposite happens. I see. Yeah, okay. This fight's going to be interesting for me, guys. So I apologize once again. I'm going to say this in advance. I'm going to be pretty biased here. I hope that Jacob wins. I'm actually pretty nervous for Jacob, for Jacob, not because of who he's fighting. I'm just nervous because I want Jacob to win. If anyone is curious, Oscar De La Hoya is just trashing MMA during his commentary for the Frank Mir fight. Oh, so Frank Mir is already fighting now? Greg Ferns, Jacob has had tough matchmaking. I agree. But having said that, man, honestly, I hope he's able to show off his skills because he has got some really, really high level skills. Hassan has a lot of power, man. A lot. How far off the main event are they in the Triller card? Yeah, look, Jacob's jiu-jitsu is really good. His boxing is really good. And Hassan is susceptible to the takedown. He is. So I hope that Jacob gets it. He is susceptible to a double leg. And Jacob's jiu-jitsu is really good, man. You just haven't had a chance to see it here in the UFC. You haven't had a chance to see the grappling that he has and the boxing that he has. He's good, man. He's very good. So yeah, the crocodile as well. Yeah, you know what else? It depends because Australia is so big. So for us here, we don't really have the shark, but the shark, unless you're in the ocean, I suppose, but it's not that common. If you're up in North Queensland, like the Urukanji and that are bad, same as a box jellyfish. Like you actually can't go in the water. Sharks are pretty hardcore. But I'm more scared of those other things that I said than sharks. Martovi, crocs are based on states. Yeah, so if you're up in the north, central north, northwest, northeast, that's crocs are scary. But the rest of Australia, we don't have crocs. Nathan Hoover's Jacob has some slick skills. He just needs to weather the storm. He certainly does, man. Mitch G says Jacob with a submission, yeah, baby. And Pranav Murthy says Mir looks gassed. GG Mir is very tired. I can't tell who's winning. I know nothing about boxing. Sorry. Jacob's stand up is good, man. It's very decent. His stand up and his jiu-jitsu is very good as well. His jiu-jitsu is very, very good. It's the same. Do you see snakes often? I do. I see more pythons out here where I live than brown snakes and that. I see more pythons. I see quite a few. My neighbors, they catch them all the time. They catch them and they let them go. Joseph, coach, my roommate who ordered the Askren fight is regretting it. To quote him, it's one big concert with slap fights and he's pissed he wasted money. I'm sorry. Yeah. Christian Laurent, have I ever visited Uluru is Rock. Nah, I haven't. I want to though. I want to. Um, Jacob's Lebanese background, like his mum and dad are Lebanese. Martovi, every time I walk past a magpie, I pray that I don't get staunched and mugged. Man, the magpies hit you hard, man. They're hitting the back of the head. Alexandre, the mere commentary is bad. I don't even know why this fight is happening, to be honest. I don't know. Whereabouts do I live? Ruthless Guna? I live on the south coast. No, I've never had a golden orb weaver spider infestation. GG, not looking good for me, sadly. AY says, do you get butterflies in your stomach when you guys personally know, like Jacob, are about to fight, especially against knockout artists? Yeah, man, I definitely want Jacob to win. Let's be 100% honest about that. 1000% I want Jacob to win. And Abdul Razak is walking out now. Yeah, 100%. Like now, I'm not going to lie to you. Now I'm nervous watching it. Like I wasn't that nervous in the lead up, but now I'm starting to get real nervous. You know, I hope Jacob wins. I really do. Yeah. Yeah, WA has like a lot of dangerous things, carbon black. Like it's got the crocodiles up north, it's got sharks, it's got the snakes, it's got, I don't know, do you have funnel webs over there? I know it's a Sydney funnel web, but that's why I'm asking. Do you have funnel webs over there in WA? I don't know. Man, I'm nervous for Jacob right now. Not for him because I don't think he can beat him. I'm just nervous for the result. I hope Jacob gets this win, man. I hope he gets it. Man, if he weathers the storm, he can win. Ben Sassoli is good, man. I'm a big fan of Ben Sassoli. I'm sad that he ended up in the situation that he was in. Martovi says the hunter is the most dangerous area in Australia. Rob's roam around everywhere in packs. Kelvin Louis, have you ever found a spider hiding in your shoe? I've never found a spider in my shoe, but we always get spiders, man. Mainly huntsmen. Like they're real big, the huntsmen, but they're not really dangerous. But I've had funnel webs. I've seen funnel webs at home and that. Yeah, let's see, man. I hope Jacob's a big boy himself. He's not little. He's like a big guy, big head, big boy, you know. Yeah, I hope he can make this. If he can stretch it out and the guy can't get the better of him, then Jacob will win. The 10-year age difference, reach is the same, weight's the same, everything is virtually identical. Jacob's not 5'9". I tell you this 1000%. He's not 5'9". Okay, so we're about to start. Yeah, the Australian variety of huntsman spiders are something else, man. They're huge. They're huge. My wife almost killed us the other day. We were in the car, and there was one I was talking to. I was driving. I was talking to her, and one came down the window, and she saw it, and she blah 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 blah, and she freaked out, almost killed us. Ben Gallagher, thank you, sir. Nothing soft comes out of the croft. Thank you, sir. Adesanya has nothing lined up for middleweight. It's been half a year since his last defense as Chris K. In fairness, it's not that long of a time, and he did fight at light heavyweight. So, yeah, original sin. Coach, have you trained Jacob before? Yeah, I coached Jacob for about 6 years, man. Something like that. 1 year less than whatever I coached Rob. So if it was 7 for Rob, 6 for Jacob, 5 for Rob, 4 for Jacob, something like that. 6 years, something like that. Like a significant amount of time. We're about to start, man. And we're off. Both guys in the orthodox stance. Jacob just can't afford to be pushed back. Jacob's stand-up is good, man. He's got really good boxing. He's got really, really tidy boxing. Yes! Yes, Jacob, take him down. This is what he needs to do. If he puts this guy on his back, Jacob's grappling is a lot better. A lot better. This is what he needed to do. Good, Jacob. Good. 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 His grappling's a lot better than Razak's. Come on, Jacob. Come on, man. He's got the guillotine in deep. Jacob's got a very, very good guillotine. Come on, Jacob. Come on, man. It's in deep. He's got a very, very, very good guillotine. Nice work, Jacob. Nice work. He ate a big elbow there. Ate a big elbow. He's got very good pressure here as well, does Jacob. Now they break off. Alhassan, both of them standing. Big shots thrown by both boys. Alhassan did a good job defending that with a whizzer. Throws a knee down the middle. Jacob's being very aggressive, throwing big hands. Alhassan coming forward. Jacob's a better technical boxer, 2 out of the 2. Left hand partially lands by Alhassan. Jacob with another deep shot in there. He got the single leg. Alhassan's not doing a good job of defending this. He's going for the guillotine. He's not going to get the guillotine on Jacob. I can assure you of this. Jacob needs to turn the corner. He needs to turn the corner to the right, pin his left ear to Alhassan's back. And he's going to take Alhassan down. He's got it. He's going to be able to run the pipe. Nice. He gets a takedown again. Alhassan pops back up. This is what Jacob needs to do to take some of this strength away from him. Very, very nice, Jacob. Very nice. He's looking for the broomstick sweep now. Here's Jacob. Very good. He's riding the fence. He's doing a fantastic job. Nice. Nice. This is what Jacob needs to do. He's got the broomstick in nice and deep. All of this is working in Jacob's favor. All of this working in Jacob's favor. Because it starts to grind away some of the power that Alhassan has. Good. He gets Alhassan down again. Now he's got him in the half guard. Alhassan is not defending. He's got the underhook on the far side. Good wrist control by Jacob. Alhassan doing a good job of getting back up to his feet. He's got very, very good movement. But he can't keep doing this the whole time. Jacob lands a nice little cheeky shot. 2 minutes to go. Good job by Jacob. Good job. Landing some good ground and pound there. He's got it in deep. He's got this hook that he has with his leg. It's very, very good. Very, very, very good. Very, very good by Jacob. Very good. He's opening up that leg of Alhassan's, and that doesn't let Alhassan get the purchase on the ground. He's got to keep doing this, Jacob. He's got to keep doing this, working Alhassan. Very, very, very good. Defended well by Alhassan. He's done a fantastic job, has Jacob. Fantastic job. Great job, Jacob. Great job. Hits a double leg very, very deep. He's got his hands linked together. He's tripped the outside trip. 1 minute to go. He's done a great job so far. Alhassan needs to get his right leg to the fence to once again start. This pace that both of them have set, though, it's going to be very difficult if no one gets a finish here in the first round. The second and third round is going to be very hard for both these guys. Jacob's landing some nice shots here. He could be going for a guillotine. Oh, no, he hasn't got it. Going to see some good stand-up here from Jacob. I do believe Jacob has very, very, very good stand-up. Alhassan looking for some shots to the body from the southpaw stance. Nice little jab by Jacob. I think that a lot of the power, a lot of the zip has gone from Alhassan's punches now. 17 seconds to go. Another left kick to the body by Alhassan. But it's taken on the arms of Jacob. Missed by a long shot there. Nice work by Jacob. There's 3, 2, 1, time. Woo! Okay. Man, I hope Jacob wins this. He's done everything right. Everything right to ride it and keep riding it out and keep riding it out. And a lot of that power has gone from Alhassan. Definitely first round goes to Jacob. He's doing a great job. Middleweight. It's a middleweight here. I don't think that Alhassan will have the pop anymore in those punches. Jacob's gas tank is through the roof. He's got very good gas tank. And Jacob has to keep Alhassan moving backwards. You know, he has to keep Alhassan moving backwards to avoid some of those leg kicks. Jacob's taken the center of the octagon, sits behind a very nice little jab that he has. He's got a great jab, does Jacob. He's putting Alhassan to make these decisions. It's very hard for Alhassan. This is Jacob's fight. This is how Jacob loves to fight, and he's very successful doing this. Alhassan is not going to submit Jacob at all. He's not going to do that. He's not going to be able to submit him. And Jacob will continue to do this. He's not going to get this guillotine. There's no fucking way he's going to guillotine Jacob. He's going to gas his arms out. He's not going to. The guillotine's not on. Nah, he hasn't got it. This is going to be bad for Alhassan early in this round, and Jacob's put him on his back. Jacob has the shoulder control. He's looking for that underhook. He's got Alhassan flat on his back. This is the worst possible scenario for Alhassan. He's got Jacob on top of him in half guard. He's got him here. Not doing a hell of a lot, Alhassan either, to regain the underhook or anything like that. Now he has, and Jacob's gone deep in the guillotine, deep on the guillotine. He's got the guillotine. He might switch to a das. This is Jacob's thing. He does this very well. He's gone to a north-south position. Now he's gone to side control. There's absolutely no urgency from Alhassan to improve his position. Jacob's doing a fantastic job here. Again, Jacob goes looking for the guillotine. He's going to finish his guillotine. It's in tight. It's in tight. He's going to get it. He's going to get this guillotine. He's going to get the guillotine. He's going to get it. He's going to get this guillotine. Jacob's winning pretty much every second of this fight. Landing good elbows on Alhassan. They had Alhassan as a massive favorite. And honestly, I was saying it from the start. I do think that this is what Jacob's going to do. I don't see Alhassan beating him from here on in. Doing a very good job is Jacob. There's 2 minutes to go. Alhassan, once again, he's going to land himself in a guillotine here, is Alhassan. Jacob's looking for the guillotine. Now he's got the das. It's in. He's going to get the das. He's going to get the das. He's going to get the das. He's going to get it. He's going to get it. No, it's off. It's off. Again. 2 minutes to go. Jacob landing some big elbows there. Again goes for the guillotine, does Jacob. Again goes for the guillotine. Alhassan cannot stay there. He has to move from there. He has to get up or arm drag out. He has to arm drag out. He's got an arm in. He's got to get up and arm drag out. Again, Jacob goes looking for it. Alhassan cannot stay there. He's got to get up to his feet. He's up to his feet now. Nice by Jacob. That combination and shoots again. He's got it. Alhassan needs a reverse crossface on Jacob. Otherwise, it's more of the same. 1 minute to go. Jacob's just going to do it all over again. He's going to do the same thing again. Nice little jab. Stops Alhassan in his tracks. Alhassan does not have the power in his shots. Jacob's a much more technical striker. He doesn't have the power anymore in his shots. And he's going to start to pepper away at him, is Jacob. More leg kicks landing by Alhassan. But there's just not enough left here. 35 seconds to go. Oh, big right hand landed by Jacob. Nice right hand landed by Jacob. Alhassan is up against the corner, up against the wall here. Oh, big shots landed by Jacob. Alhassan is no answer for Jacob anymore. There's 20 seconds to go. He's exhausted, Alhassan. Absolutely exhausted. Jacob can do this all night. The way that he fights here, can do it all night. Sorry. Got carried away and I went all the way over to the wall. Woo! Alhassan is exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. I don't see him having any answers for him. Alhassan is absolutely exhausted. He'll have no answers. It's going to get absolutely worse for him in this third round. Jacob's not even breathing hard, man. He's so fit. He's going to come out. It's going to be more of the same. And we're off. Thank you, Original Sin. We're off again, guys. Okay, they touch gloves. 4:56 to go. Jacob gets another takedown. It's over. This fight is over. Oh, Hassan's trying to land the liver kick there from the southpaw stance, but it's not working. Oh, Jacob hits him with a flurry right on the chin. They look to exchange, but Jacob drops his level, hits a double leg, and pushes him up against the cage. Alhassan trying to frame Jacob, but he's not going to have the gas to do it. Alhassan is not going to be able to keep Jacob off him. Jacob is going to keep him up against the cage. He's going to look for it again, and he got it again. The single leg again. There's the trip. And this is it. This fight is over, ladies and gentlemen. Jacob is either going to keep him down here, beat him up, or submit him. Fantastic job by Jacob. He's in half guard. He's got the shoulder pressure. That shoulder pressure from half guard, you can't let someone control your head. You have to stop them from grabbing your head. So that left arm of Alhassan's has to be between Jacob and him. It has to be on Jacob's bicep. He's not going to get Jacob off him. He's trying to muscle up. Again, Jacob gets that guillotine. Alhassan has to get up from there because Jacob's going to finish his guillotine, man. Okay, so he's able to take Jacob off using pure strength, but that's not going to be enough. Jacob is doing a fantastic job. Alhassan with a glancing right hand, but it doesn't. Jacob just lands a 1-2 in return, and he's going to come back again. Good job, Jacob. Good job. Big knee landed by Alhassan on the break. There's 2 minutes and 47 seconds to go. Alhassan is exhausted. I'm telling you, Jacob's cardio probably be the best in that division, man. His cardio is freakish. Nice little jab landed. Hits a single leg. His cardio is through the roof. Like through the roof cardio. And just keeps doing the same thing. Good. He's got the head pressure. He's taking the single leg. And Alhassan's power is nowhere near there. It's not. It's just not there. It's over, man. Alhassan is checked out of this fight, I think. Landing good little knees from there. Fantastic job. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Alhassan is not even launching an attack anymore. He's not even launching any kind of attack. He's completely reactive to what Jacob's doing. Nice double leg there by Jacob. Alhassan now is on flat on his back. Jacob is on top. Guard's closed. He's not doing anything, not moving his hips, not trying to do anything here. And Jacob is just he's just going to stay there. There's 1 minute to go. Very, 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 very impressive performance by Jacob. Great job by Jacob. $42 seconds to go. Nice work by Jacob. 22 seconds to go. Doing a great job. Great, great job. 10 seconds to go. Time. What a win. What a win. Excuse me, people. Excuse me. I'm just going to send him a message. Glad that one is out of the way. He got a good win. Very nice win. No, Alhassan is a very accomplished judoka, absolutely based. He is, but it's a different thing. Like judo just for judo is different to wrestling. You get what I mean? It's not the same thing. Like you have some judoka that are able to transition quite well, but there's a lot of things you have to get past. Like nowadays in judo there isn't the same type of leg attacks, you know. So nowadays you have um like you have to have your hands on the gi before you go for a leg and whatnot. So you're not really attacking and defending legs anymore like the way that you would have had to before. No, no, Jacob's cardio is like super, super, super good. No, it wasn't a co-main event. Very, very good effort by Jacob. Very, very happy for him. Yeah. So now is Chase Sherman versus Andrei Arlovski. Great job, man. Great, great job. Yeah, he did a great job. A really, really good job. He just grapple murdered him. Yeah. Very, very, very good job. I'm very, very happy for him. Did a very good job, man. Very, very good. Very, very, very good job by Jacob. I'll be back. Hey. Yeah, Beetlejuice was a very one-sided fight. Like Jacob pretty much ran through him. Like I don't know what the score would be, but yeah, it was straight through him. Just grapple fucked him for 3 rounds. I can't see Gastelum beating Rob. I can't see that. That's the truth. I really can't. I can see I can see Rob just landing shot after shot to the legs, to the body, to the head. I kind of lost my voice in that last commentary. No one's too tough to knock out Chris K. No one is. You get hit in the button, you get finished. Um, so yeah, I don't know, but anyone can. Both these guys hit super hard. Both these guys can catch each other. It's going to be a tough fight. Angela Oikul. Oh, look at the baby, too cute. She is a little cutie. I have to give her that. Frank Smith. I think Rob will finish Gastelum, if you ask me. This is my daughter, Rick James. This is my daughter. Chris K. I don't know if it'll be an easy fight. I just think Rob will beat him. I don't see Gaslam beating him. My inner aunt, Roger V. That's probably the cutest baby I've ever seen. I don't know if she's the cutest baby, but I think she is. You know, I'm not objective. I'm not objective. Yeah, I think Rob will probably get the finish. If you ask me, I think he will. I think he'll land one too many shots. That's my opinion. Chris K. Haha, I know anyone can get knocked out. Gaslam's just so tough. It's hard to imagine he gets KO'd. Though Izzy came close. Yeah, Izzy came very close to knocking him out. Tough fight, man. Amazing performance by Malkoun. It was. I'm really, really happy for him. I will not. Well, let's just call her Little Ite. I won't share her name until she gets old enough to, if she wants to share it. Um, why do you think Rob hasn't pushed hard in the media for a title fight? I don't know. I don't know. I dare say that the results speak for themselves. You know, that's huge wins that he's had. So I don't know. Um, is it okay to take punches on the forehead? No. It's better than to take them flush, but no, you can't. It still rattles your brain. Um, yeah, let's see what happens, man. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. And we're just watching. I can't hear what they're saying. I'm watching Ortega and Thingo. Marquez, look, I think that he has. That's my opinion. But yeah, when I see Arlovski now, I'm reminded, this is just of how time ages a man. Because when I hear Arlovski, I automatically picture in my head the jacked man bun. Haha. Shakib Kazmi. No, I'm not underestimating Kevin's power. I definitely think Kevin can stop him if he lands him flush. Of course he can. Of course he can. There's no question in that. There's no question that Gaslam has the power. Rick James, do you still message Rob before or after his fights? Yeah, like I'll send him a message, good luck or congratulations or whatever before and after the fights. Um, yeah. Sorry, man, I can't understand. Is it acrylic that you say? Kelvin, Chris K says Kelvin too predictable. The thing is, I think Kelvin hits very hard. He's got a few things that he does, but I think Rob's just got too many answers to the questions. Well, in fairness, Christian Lauren, Rob had a resurgence the whole time. He's lost one fight. You know, people act like he's not whatever. Like, dude, he lost one fight. That's all that's happened. Before that, he'd won like 8 in a row or something. You know what I mean? So, you know, there's nothing. He lost one fight in 6 years or something. So I don't, you know, it is what it is. Now I think Arlovski's coming out now and Sherman are coming out now. Both these guys. Does the false narrative about Rob not wanting a title fight annoy you? No, not really. Like, you know, like it's just like what I said then. Like people talk like, oh, he's new and improved and blah blah blah. Like, dude, he lost one fight, you know? And I don't know. I haven't asked him, do you want a title shot? Do you not? Whatever, da 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 da. Like, I'm assuming he does. Like, I don't know. I don't know I'm not privy to conversations that have happened in the background. You don't know what has been said with Israel and the UFC and management. You don't know. So who knows? Rob battles with Yoel made me a fan. He's been great for a while now, Angela Oikle. Yeah, man. Um, like, dude, Rob beat Jacare when Jacare was at the top. He beat Romero twice. Like, come on, man. Like, you're gonna talk like and in fairness, I don't think Cannonier is like what Romero was in Romero 1 and 2, or at least Romero 1. You know, not that Cannonier is not fantastic. He's a fantastic fighter, but I'm saying like dude's lost one fight in however many years, and people talk like whatever. I don't know. Um, Fab, was Rob doing a training camp for GSP? No, at the time it wasn't sure what was going to happen there. It wasn't clear with the stuff that was happening in the background. So he was just training at the time. Randy, great job by Jacob. Credit to you for years and years of working with him and the rest of the team. Yeah, no, all good, man. They do what they do. They're the ones that are competing in there, you know. So I'm really happy for them. Okay, I'm gonna have to remove this person. I'm gonna have to take this person out of here. They're just gone mad. This person's gone mad. Arlovski looks like hard as nails, mate. He's walking out. Fuck, 11 KOs, man. That's so many. Oh my god. That's so many. Roger V, I don't see Kelvin beating Rob. Me neither. How would you see Rob versus GSP? Hard again because I think Rob moves very, very well. He's more fluid and I think better striking than Bisping. And he's way bigger than GSP, man. Way bigger. Like GSP is big for a welterweight and he came up to middleweight. He's carrying a lot more muscle in that, but he's not as big as Rob or any of those big middleweights. John James says, yeah, don't face off with your hands behind your back and chin in the air. Protect yourself at all times. In fairness, though, you shouldn't touch anyone at the weigh-ins. Um, why does Vaghe says why does showboating have to be an essential part of MMA? Can we just respect guys on skill and ability to win? When you say showboating, do you mean in the fight, or do you mean like trash talking and that outside of it? Absolutely based says Arlovski's first event was UFC 28. That is insane. His poor brain, fucking 100%. GSP is built like a turtle. Yes, he is. Caleb Dowling, Jesus, Arlovski has had 52 fights. Angela Oikul at middleweight, GSP was tired early. Yes, he was, and he caught Bisping, I think, with that left hook. Otherwise, man, I don't know how that fight would have kept going. It's just one of those things. Roger V, GSP cannot compete with the champs of today, including Rob. I think at middleweight, man, he was very, very impressive. But yeah, eras are their eras, and GSP was fantastic for what he did, and he went up and he beat Bisping, who's no joke. Varkey says they need for exciting fights to get someone up the ranks and also the smack talking. Paul James, Bisping fought GSP with one eye. Surely a two-eyed Rob could beat the Canadian Ninja Turtle. Sasank says GSP was bloated at middleweight. GSP just wasn't, it's just not as big frame-wise in that as those big middleweights, man. Even you see this Alhassan guy, he's big, he has huge muscle bellies and that. But when you see him next to Jacob, like that's the thing, people look at people and they go, oh, blah, blah. But when you see him next to Jacob, Jacob's a big guy, man. He had like big frame, big head. It's a different build. Marquis says GSP is an actor now. Love him in Falcon and the WS. I don't know what that is. Slight favorite is Arlovski. I think in general, man, fighters as anything else, as it progresses outside of people's era, it's very hard to say anything. This guy is 30 and 20. Does he live in the ring? Says Marquise. It looks insane, dude, because he's had so many fights. He's had fights in so many eras. I believe we are off. Yes, we are. Both guys in the orthodox stance. Arlovski looking very good, very bouncing around. Sherman is a big fellow too, isn't he? Jesus. He's a very big boy. Ooh, left, right, and a right, left landed by Sherman. Arlovski did a good job of just sliding out of the way. I feel like Arlovski just fought the other day. He ate a little check hook on the way in, did Arlovski. Right low kick landed by Sherman. I think there was a little eye gouge in there. Sherman is such a big boy, man. He's such a big guy. Oh, these guys are going to knock each other out. They're swinging for the fences when they get inside like that. Arlovski blitzed in there with the left, right. Kind of glanced some shots off Sherman, but didn't land anything flush. It's incredible that these giants are swinging for the fences with 4-ounce gloves. Oh, a little left hook landed by Arlovski. Sherman continuously walking forward. They both exchange. Arlovski lands a nice little jab to Sherman's head. Check hook on the way out by Sherman. Both, man, this fight when I'm watching, and I just feel like one of them's going to knock the other guy out at any stage. Calf kick landed by Arlovski. Inside leg kick landed by Arlovski. Good exchange. Both guys clinching in the middle. Ooh, right, left landed by Arlovski on the break. Sherman keeps coming forward. Double jab landed by Arlovski. Sherman keeps walking him down. Calf kick landed by Sherman. Nice body punch by Sherman. Check hook landed and right down the middle by Sherman. They exchange shots. Sherman's got Arlovski up against the cage. He's pressuring now, coming forward. There's 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Hits Arlovski with a check hook. But nothing's landing flush, though, from these guys. Nothing's landing flush. They're both defending quite well and sliding out of the way. Arlovski looking very comfortable in there. Arlovski goes looking for a little foot sweep there. Lands a nice calf kick again, does Arlovski. Throws good combinations and throws a jab on the break. Oh, lands a right hand. Does Sherman. He's landed a couple of big punches on Arlovski. Throwing some big bombs, landing some. Arlovski's kind of rolling with them, but Sherman's doing a good job. Arlovski tries to clinch. Sherman makes some space, lands a front kick down the middle. There's 37 seconds to go. Arlovski looks for a spinning back fist. Sherman's looking to pressure him and come forward more. Arlovski lands another calf kick. Swing and a miss by Sherman. Right hand landed by Arlovski. A big exchange here. There's 4 seconds to go in the first round. Left high kick taken on the arm. These guys just stopped fighting early, it seemed. It seemed like there was 1 second left on the clock, and they both kind of just stopped fighting. Oh, man. Feels like I've been watching fights all day today. Yeah, pumped for Askren and Paul. I'm actually interested to see how that's going to go, to be honest with you. I'm actually interested to it. Is anyone watching that? Can anyone tell me how far they looked? Who looked better in that round? I don't know. I think that in my opinion, Sherman looks like to have landed a few shots there when he had Arlovski up against the cage, but Arlovski landed a few of his own. Anyone have any news on what's happening in that boxing event? Bolos is very happy for Jacob. What a way to come back. Yeah, absolutely, man. And that's the thing. Anyone can get caught, dude. Anyone can get caught at any stage. And, I said that even in the Phil Hawes fight, that if Jacob could get that fight a little bit further out, he's very, very good. Yep. Maybe I think Sherman probably won that round, the first round. Now I think he's starting to find his range a little bit better and starting to land a few more shots. Again, both these guys are flurrying when they're coming in and out, and it's like, man, there's such big guys. You don't know who's going to land and how they're going to land. They don't have to land that hard. Also, the co-main cell probably won't make it to the Jake Paul fight because I'm going to do this fight and then the Whittaker fight. So hopefully Rob and Gastelum. Rob finishes Gastelum early, so I can at least do the other fight as well. Has the fight already started? Or am I going to miss the main event? Yeah, the Whittaker fight is on next. Rob's fighting next. Does it feel like, are you talking about this card? Like, does it feel like this card has gone for ages? I feel like this card has gone for a long time. I think it's because we've had a lot of decisions. So Arlovski's gone into the southpaw stance. Sherman's walking him down. Oh, uh, walks straight into a jab, does Arlovski. Both guys trade. Arlovski lands a right hand of his own. Lands a 1-2, does Arlovski. So does Sherman. Ooh, 2-1 landed by Arlovski. Nice low kick landed by Arlovski. Another kick to the body by Arlovski. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go. Sherman looks to come in, but there's a clinch. And Arlovski puts Sherman up against the cage. So what's happening in that boxing match, by the way, people? Like, is it like, will we miss the main event after, or do you think they'll take a long time? I'm hoping for a kind of win for Arlovski as well, for old time's sake. I've watched him fight forever. 45 seconds to go. 35 seconds to go. 12 seconds to go, but they're not really landing. Time. This feels like it's gone for ages, this card, I feel. You know? Um, AY says, I want Askren to win simply because I think these massive influencers like Jake Paul and Cardi B are absolute trash and they're a huge number of followers disgust me. Fair enough, sir. Rapachi says, who's winning this fight? I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you like that. Oatler says, Gaslam is a dangerous matchup for Bobby Knuckles. Look, I agree that Gaslam's super dangerous. I just don't see him beating Rob. That's all. Joseph says, I think because he started with the prelims coach. You're right, Joseph. You're absolutely right. Altlu says, but I believe Bobby Knuckles gets it done. I have to say, I agree with you, sir. I definitely agree with you. I started with the prelims because of what's his name? Because of um Juan Espino. So interesting. Sherman keeps trying to walk him down, but Arlovski's still looking very comfortable in there. And Arlovski seems to land some good jabs in there. I can't tell you who's winning this fight. Sherman keeps trying to walk him down and land some shots. Another calf kick landed by Sherman. A right left and a right left landed by Arlovski. Nice pair of kicks landed by Arlovski. Good flurry in there by both guys. It's an interesting fight because then you got to think, but what does it do for Arlovski or even for Sherman with this win? Low blow landed by Sherman on Arlovski. I'll just stop the clock. Randy, Fab can talk his head off, but even Fab has his limits, mate. Even Fab has his limits. Gaslam only has the first round as his chance. If he doesn't finish it, then he is nothing for Rob. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I do believe the longer the fight goes, the harder it's going to be for Gaslam. I am too laced up. I'm actually curious to see who's going to win that fight out of Jake Paul and Ben Askren. What do I think of Thomas Benali? He choked Arlovski last fight. That's right, haircut Chael. I think he's very good. UFC Robert Kelvin. AY, let's be honest, Rob technically earned a title shot already. This fight isn't necessary, but Rob wants to fight, so fair play. That's fair enough. Joseph, update the dude who just won the boxing match at Askren's pay-per-view. Just tried to pick up the ring doors before getting his hand raised. Laugh out loud. Now that's what I call being efficient. I have seen that before. Andrei got a fat contract. He just wants the money. Ophon says, AY, I think Rob wanted to get his streak and confidence restored before he fought Adesanya again. It has to be pretty crushing to lose in that manner after being on such a long win streak. From Ophon. Both guys in orthodox stance. Arlovski switching to southpaw. Both guys now kind of just standing, looking, watching at each other. I don't know who's winning this fight. There's 2 minutes and 28 seconds to go. Oh, big right hand landed by Arlovski. Oh, 1-2 landed by Arlovski. There's not a whole lot happening here. What do I think of the small octagon? Man, everything's got pluses and minuses to it, doesn't it? Everything's got, you know, good things and bad things. Yeah, I don't know what Sherman has done to win the round. Overhand right landed there. I don't like Gastelum's chances outside of that first round. I have to agree. One minute, 20 seconds. One minute to go. Another calf kick attempt by Sherman. No, I agree, Angelo Equal. I'm not saying he can't win outside of the first round. Sorry if I said it in that way. I I think that his best chances are in the first round. I think as the fight progresses, I don't think it's benefits him. Sorry if I was dismissive like that. I agree with you. I don't think that's the only way he can win. 23 seconds to go. I believe Arlovski has won this, but I don't know because I haven't really been judging it. I don't really know. But I don't see Sherman having had really done a lot. Just ate a big right hand, then did Sherman. 7 seconds, and Sherman's calling Arlovski into the center to trade, but Arlovski's done a good job of avoiding it. He doesn't have to go and trade and bang it out in the middle of the octagon. That's what Sherman wanted. Uh, yeah, let's see what happens. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go get some water and get ready for the main event. What's happening with the Askren fight, anyways? If anyone can tell me. Okay. He does, man. Abdul, he does have a lot of pop in his punches, old Gastelum. He does. What's happening in the other one? What's happening with the other in the other show? I'll see if I can go over there myself. So who's singing there? Who's I don't know pop music and that, but who's the person that's singing there right now? Oh, that's Bieber. Okay. Wow. So this is like, correct me if I'm wrong. This is like fighting, but for like, and I'm not being insulting here, or I'm just wanting to know genuinely. This is fighting, but like for like teenage YouTubers. Am I correct? Would that be correct? Is that is that somewhat accurate? So is he singing this before the main event, or has it been the main event already? No, I honestly don't know. Like I personally don't want to watch it, even though I'm going to be doing the commentating for it in a second. But I am interested about the Paul versus Ben fight. Okay, so I'll probably miss it, man. Um, I don't know that you can really say that that's boxing. I don't think that this is anything to do with boxing per se. I think that this is just a completely side thing. O'Toole says Gaslam is the most dangerous hands in close to mid. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you with that. I just don't think Rob's going to fight him in that range. That's all. That's all. What's that? Triller. Somebody wrote something. Triller describes itself as a platform for creators. That's what it seems to be. Like I think it's going to be the same time as Rob's fight coach. Okay, well then I'm going to miss it, and I'm going to be watching the UFC. I'm going to be watching Rob's fight. I don't think I'll be watching Askren and thing. I would like to, but I don't think I will. Um, so yeah, I don't know. So will he only will because I'm watching this now? Is Bieber going to only sing one song, or does he? Yeah, I do. I'm going to the other one, but I can't. I can't. I'm going to be commentating one. I'm not going to be watching the other one. I have two monitors here that I can see, and I'm watching Justin Bieber sing now. But yeah, but I'm not going to be able to do both right at the same time. That's going to be insane. So yeah, I don't know. Also, he doesn't just do one song. So Bieber or whoever they don't just come in and do one song. They come in and do like a whole bunch of songs. Brutus, what's up, Fab? Just checking in. How are you, sir? Joshua Wilcox, did Jacob win? Yeah, he ran through him. Okay, so then he might actually keep singing, and then we might be able to finish this fight and watch the other fight. You would think, yes, Paul James, I agree. If they're clever, they hold the main bout until after UFC. You would think so, yeah. But they would also get heaps and heaps of views themselves, I think. So, yeah, I don't know. So, like, Justin Bieber's like a mainstream idol, isn't he? Like a huge. He's not just or was he ever a YouTube thing? I don't know anything about this stuff. Coach Oscar De La Hoya has been commentating and he's as high as a kite. Triller should keep Justin Bieber out until the UFC is over. Pip Dennison's a big fan of Bieber. Are you Hefe? I don't know. I don't even know about him, Pip Dennison, my surfing and life coach. Hoodie J Jr. says, how good is Jacob's cardio? It's fantastic. Like he's a diesel engine. California love. Coach, it seems like this new organization, Triller, thinks that they're going to bring more viewers by having musicians on. I'll take a hard pass. I believe they won't get like us to watch, but I think that there's a whole other group of people that will watch it. Um, yeah, I think Bieber will be singing his entire catalog. Wow. Okay. Um, O'Toole says if Bobby decides to play Gaslam's game and trade with him in the pocket, I see him lose. But then again, I don't see Rob doing that though. I really don't see him doing that. Yeah, I don't know. It's different, mate. It's certainly different. I'm watching the Bieber pre-fight show right now. Actually, I actually literally am because I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to watch the main event and then the Askren and Jake Paul fight. So, how far into his catalog and that is he? Ostal says Gaslam better push the pace and get into Rob's face. If not, he's going to get picked apart by well placed and time shots. Agreed. Um, I think, yeah, but absolutely based. I agree. It's not something that I want to watch, but I do think it's a completely different audience that watches it. Okay, so now they're going to fight. They're going to fight at the same time. Oh no, somebody else is singing. Who's that that's singing? Who's that person? Okay, the walkouts are on, man. AY says, I'm rooting for Kelvin to sleep, Rob. Sorry, guys. No, that's fair, man. You can go for whoever you want to go for. That's like, I want to have different people going for different people here. Gaslam's running out now in his thongs. Please don't trip over and fall. Let's get this fight going. Um, are you serious? So there is, but do they sing one offs or do they sing like a whole bunch, you know? Marquez, I don't work with Rob anymore. I'm not working with Rob anymore for about a year and a half, almost 2 years. Oh no, not 2 years, maybe a year, 3 months. At Teak, I think that Rob will knock Gastelum out as well with a right high kick. I think that. I'll be surprised if he doesn't, actually, to be honest with you. Who's this singing? Does anyone know? Joshua Wilcox. I think Rob could give Adesanya problems anytime. You know, it's just that he won that time. Adesanya won. And like you got to give Adesanya credit. He won. He's a tough dude, Gastelum, man. Very, very, very tough dude. I just don't see him getting past Rob. That's my opinion. Rob is coming out now, I believe. Thanks, Khaled. I might do that. I might do that. On the commentary panel, it's Snoop Dogg, and I can't see everyone else on there. It's just all different people, like nothing to do with fighting or whatever. And De La Hoya, you said. I don't know who all the people are here. Joshua Wilcox. You see a lot of Mexicans with Gaslam's build. They work for hours and still have better beer bellies, just genes. Um, does anyone does anyone care who's singing, Coach? Peter Evans. No, the reason I asked who's singing was because I wanted to know how long till the fight. You know what I mean? That's that's what I wanted to know. I just wanted to know that. That was all. Yeah, the walkouts are happening. Gaslam's already in the ring. Rob's walking out. And so we are ready to go. So who's on a 4-week camp? I can't see. Like, I think I'm just a little bit upset that we're going to miss this fight. I think. Hopefully, it ends quickly over there with Rob and Gaslam. I hope Gastelum gets knocked out. Unfortunately, I like Gaslam, but I hope he loses this handedly and early so that we can see the other part. Rob's just getting checked now. They're about to go in. Very interesting. Mate, I'm here. I'm waiting. I'm watching Rick James. I'm ready, mate. Trust me. So Rob's in the octagon now. Juice says, when I lived in Texas, I remember walking past a group of Mexicans at Home Depot as a big Polynesian guy. The looks on their face was clearly, damn, that's one big Mexican. Watching both fighters on both fights on two screens, but here for Bobby Knuckles. That alone deserves the respect. Man, I'm so nervous. So let's see what happens. There's all different people that said that. I was just reading out what they said. So 2.5 inch, 2 inch reach advantage for Rob, but he's 6 foot and Gaslam's 5'9". Brutus says, you focusing on the Grange TV full time, Fab? No, I like to commentate the fights and I'm doing that at the moment. But I've got a few other little projects that I'm doing at the moment. Let's see. This is going to be a pretty much of a barn burner fight, I think. But I think that Rob's going to pick Gaslam apart quite badly. Okay. Both guys looking pretty intense here. Ben Askren's making his walk in as well on the other side. Just letting you guys know that. So we've missed that fight. Hanoi Tripper says I got both fights on and with Fab on the iPad commentary. Wow. Ram Diesel says I'm going third round and Kevin gets a TKO. Interesting. Interesting. I disagree, but let's see what happens. Gaslam looks very, very intense, very ready to go. Coach, should Rob focus on the T kick to the thigh? I mean, I don't know what Rob should focus on per se. I think that Rob's definitely going to kick that lead leg in and he's going to kick the body and the head. But Rob's smart, man. He knows what to focus on and what not to focus on. So he's a huge favorite, minus 260 favorite. So let's see, man. Let's kick this off. Yusuf Usman, are we seeing the match here? No, you will not see the match, my friend. Fractured Fox says same thing. Got all the Grange TV, ESPN, and boxing going with my friend talking in my ear over Discord. That's insane, man. Chris K, I think that, yeah, Rob with the leg and body kicks all day. Nah, absolutely based. I can't watch a Jake Paul thing over this at all. They shake hands in the middle. Gaslam looks super pumped. Gaslam standing in the orthodox position before the fight starts. Rob looking very, very serious indeed. Yes, Rick James, I do agree that distance management is key. Marvin Vittori is watching this fight. So UFC has their own superstars watching. Now, Gastelum in the southpaw stance runs up into the middle of the octagon. Rob in his classic orthodox stance goes straight away looking for the thigh kick. Goes straight away looking to stomp that leg of Gastelum's. There you go. There's that kick. Already Rob's landing that kick. These guys are moving very, very fast. Nice right hand lead by Rob. Nice right hand lead by Rob. Rob's got his foot on the outside of that lead leg of Gastelum's. Gastelum kicks Rob's inside leg. Very interesting from both guys. Another right hand lead by Rob. Another jab landed by Rob. Nice little exchange there by both guys. Rob on the back foot. Gaslam has to keep Rob on the back foot to stop Rob from kicking. Otherwise, Rob's going to kick the shit out of him. They both exchange kicks. Little trade-off. Both guys land. Gaslam has landed that kick already a couple of times on Rob. He's got good movement, does Gaslam. Oh, nice little exchange. I think Rob got the better of that exchange. Rob's been landing that lead right hand. He's cocked it. He's ready to go. They landed. Little check hook landed by Gastelum. Rob lands a little jab. Oh, on the exchange here, man. This is so tight, this fight. Rob's looking to set up. Oh, yes, it is! He landed the right kick, did Rob? Lands a check hook over the top. Nice right hand landed again by Rob. He's looking for that right hand, is Rob. There it is again. Lands a hook over the top, does Rob right on the chin. Gaslam can't take too many of these. He cannot take too many of these. He can't take too many of these. Rob's landed them surprisingly well. Gaslam lands a left hand. Rob's showing off a great chin himself. That right kick there is money for Rob. He's going to land it again. Good little exchange there by both of them. He gets a takedown on Gastelum. Nice takedown with a double underhook position. 2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Rob has the good head control there. Very, very good head control. He's put Gastelum flat on his back. Great work by Rob. 2 minutes, 34 seconds to go. Looks to land an elbow over the top, but misses. Gastelum in the guard. Again, Rob looking. He's got good position here. He's got Gastelum flattened out. He's got the underhook. Now he's got the head position once again. Great work by Rob. Going to land some nasty ground and pound here if he can get some space. But this only benefits him, I believe. So Rob's got head position here and the underhook. Gaslam's got Rob in a sort of modified lockdown, but he's not going to do a lot with that. As long as Rob keeps those underhooks, now Gaslam has an underhook here. Is Gaslam going to be able to get up onto his right side to use that underhook? I don't think so. He really needs that underhook, Gastelum there. He's got the lockdown there. It's kind of stopping Rob from being able to posture up and land some heavy ground and pound, but it's not enough. It's not enough to do anything or to improve his position. He really needs to get a deep underhook. Great job by Rob. This is fantastic work. Good elbow landed by Rob. Got great shoulder control. That shoulder pressure is excellent. Great work by Rob with the shoulder pressure. I think it's only going to get worse for Gastelum now. Good little elbow landed by Rob. $33 seconds to go. Big head kick landed by Rob. Gaslam took it on the arm. There's 16 seconds to go. Rob's going to be looking for this right high kick. It'll be right high kick after the right lead hand. Great little front kick by Rob. 3 seconds to go. Doing a great job defending that punch from Gastelum. That's the round. Gastelum was obviously made to work. Great job by Rob. Great job. He's an incredibly strong man, Rob. Gaslam took some damage, took a big head kick, man, at one stage there, and he's ate a couple of big left hooks, has Rob. What advice would you give to each fighter, Fab? I think Gaslam has to keep Rob moving back so that Rob can't kick, which is what he's trying to do. You know, it's not just what you tell him to do, it's what you can do in there, and sometimes you can't do it in there. And Rob, just more of the same. He's doing a fantastic job of getting that going like that. Exactly what he's doing. That's a left hook that he landed over the top. So, yeah. I think Rob will finish him this round, my opinion. I think he's going to catch him with that right high kick. And we are almost off. We're off. We go back into the middle. Gaslam taking the center. Inside kick landed by Rob. Oh, nice little jab landed by Rob. Both these guys throw heavy leather in that boxing range. Right tip by Rob. Single leg landed by Gaslam, but he's not going to finish Rob with a single leg. And Rob hits him with a little hook on the way out for his troubles. Big check hook by Rob thrown on the way back. Rob's thrown with very bad intentions, keeping that right hand up. Nice little lunging jab there by Rob. And the next thing that's going to come is a right hand and then the right high kick. Gaslam's always landing short here with Rob. Another teep landed by Rob. Gaslam also needs to go back to those leg kicks if he wants to slow Rob down. Nice little jab landed by Gastelum. Swing and a miss. Whenever Rob does that teep kick as well, guys, doesn't matter if he lands it or not, what he's doing is also pushing Gastelum back into Rob's kicking range. Rob took it very, very well on the gloves then. Very, very well. Inside low kick landed by Rob. Nice little combination there thrown by Gastelum. Rob with a double underhooks again and another big takedown on Gastelum. Great work by Rob. Landing some nice ground and pound on Gastelum. Rob's doing a good job protecting himself. Very good. Nice. Lands a big jab. Swing and a miss with the left hook. Rob slides out of the way of a Gastelum left hand. Inside leg kick landed by Gastelum. Oh, nice right high kick by Rob. Nice right lead hand by Rob. Gastelum is a bit short with his punches, a little bit short. Rob's managing to slide out of the way. Gastelum's landing some shots, but he's not fresh anymore. Oh, right hand lead by Rob, lands flush. Gastelum is rocked, seems to be rocked a little bit by a little left hook. Might be. Nice jab there, landed by Rob. Left hand, and Rob keeps his hands up. Rob's semi got hit there by a left hand of Gastelum's. Gastelum's looking a little bit the worse for wear. Nice little exchange by both men in the middle there. No one came up the better. Rob's looking for that right high kick. Gastelum looking to land some of his boxing. Rob looking for that right high kick himself. Oh, there it is. There it is. He's got Gastelum. He rocked Gastelum. Inside leg kick landed hard by Rob. Inside leg kick of Gastelum's own. Gastelum cannot take too many more of these. Good combination landed by Rob. Nice combination. Oh, lands a left hand lead, does Rob. Gastelum's in all sorts of trouble. Big left hand by Gastelum. But Rob's taking them all on the arms. Oh, Gastelum ducks into a kick. Coming up short is Gastelum. Nice combination landed again by Rob. 54 seconds to go in this round. Whittaker landing almost double the amount of shots. Nice jab lands by Rob. Gaslam's going to duck into a right high kick, man. Huge jab landed by Rob. 35 seconds to go. Another front kick landed by Rob. Gaslam again reaching for that single leg. Isn't going to get it. He's pushed Rob against the cages. 25 seconds to go. Rob looking incredibly comfortable. Head position is being won a little bit by Gastelum. Rob's got the double underhooks now. I believe he's going to look for that step back again. Throws the kick. There's 13 seconds to go. 2 rounds down for Rob. Nice inside kick again landed by Rob. That's a bell. That's 2 rounds for Rob. Okay. Man, the way I see it is unless Gastelum can get inside that boxing range, which Rob is not going to ever let him do, Gastelum's not going to win this fight. Gastelum's face is looking the worse for wear. He's taking huge shots. He's taking them on the arms, but that rocks your head badly, and it also dulls your arms. So I don't know how much pepper Gastelum's going to have in those shots, to be honest with you. He's absorbed 33 headshots in this round, in this fight thus far, and he's taken some big shots from Rob, man. Big ones. Yeah, I don't see him being able to come back from this. He's taken some big jabs straight to the face. Big shots. Another big shot. Big right hand straight down the middle from Rob. A lot of good shots landed by Rob. I don't see Gastelum having the knockout shot anymore in this 3rd round. I don't see it. That's just me. Touch gloves. They're back out in the middle. Gastelum goes looking for outside leg kick on Rob's leg. Rob partially blocked it. Partially checked it. Good little combination, but Rob's got that right hand on the phone. So Gastelum can't land that shot down the pipe as he likes to land it. And I do believe that it's frustrating Gastelum somewhat. Another nice inside kick landed by Rob. Nice little combination thrown by Gastelum. Landed somewhat low on Rob. It did land low. Let me just pause this. Rob says he's all right, and he's kicking off again. Oh, there's that right high kick again. Good work from Rob. Problem is that kills your left hand anyways. It kills your left hand. Nice combination of swinging in the middle, both guys. Gaslam having a little bit of success there, but not anything on there to really hurt Rob. Now Rob in the open mat like this is going to be dangerous for Gaslam. Inside leg kick checked by Rob. Oh, lands a right flush to the head, does Rob. Right hand. Nice little combination thrown back by Gaslam, but both of them missing. Rob looking to bounce. Little check hook kind of caught Rob there by Gaslam, but nothing on it though. Both guys moving very well. Rob looking for that right hand and throws a kick down the middle. Oh, left, right, and a hook landed by Rob. Nice combination there by Rob. Oh, looks for the stomp, does Rob. That leg is absolutely butchered of Gaslam's. He's really feeling that leg. Rob hits it again. Gaslam's in all sorts of trouble. He's swinging from about a foot too far. Rob's hitting him with counters from all over the place. Good jab landed by Rob. Gaslam swinging from a very far distance. He's not going to land any of these shots. Rob's doing a great job to get out of the way. Absolutely leading this dance is Rob. Again with a kick to the body. Taking on the arms, but you can only take so many of them. Gaslam keeping the pressure coming, but he has to throw some to the body. Otherwise, he's going to keep getting countered by Rob. Rob's covering up and throwing back very, very well. Rob's kicks are making Gaslam attack from just a little bit too far out. Nice low kick landed by Rob. Very, very nice low kick landed by Rob. This is going to be the story of the fight. It's going to be the low kicks, and I don't know how many more Gaslam can take. Nice combination thrown by Rob. A 1 and a 2 taken on the forehead by Gastelum. Rob feinting the kicks. Next kick's coming high. Rob's way too far out of the way for Gastelum to land. They're both in the clinch now. Rob lands a good knee down the middle. Oh, nice jab landed by Rob. Swing and a miss by Gastelum. He hasn't got it in the punches anymore. Oh, nice. They exchange jabs. Nice work by both guys. Both jabs. Oh, there's a right high kick by Rob. Gaslam has to go to the body if he wants success here. And another inside kick. His legs are absolutely gone. Oh, a leg kick of his own lands on Rob. Oh, there's a right high kick by Rob. He takes Gastelum down again. They're both up. Both boys are up. 24 seconds to go in this third round. Nice combination landed by Rob. He has wobbled Gastelum. Now he's throwing good feints. Gastelum's in a lot of trouble, man. Gastelum's in a lot of trouble. Wow. Well done, guys. Mira. Yeah, I don't think Marquez. I don't think that Gaslam's gas tank's better than Rob's, but so Rob's just landing shot after shot after shot on him. Yeah, that thing about Rob not having a chin is insane. Like he's got a fantastic chin. But if you get king hit, you get king hit. There's nothing you can do about that. So let's see what happens here. Gaslam's legs in all sorts of trouble, man. Gaslam goes looking for a single leg of his own, hits Rob with a little with a little elbow, and then Rob comes over the top with a jab of his own. Rob's absolutely got Rob's Gaslam's distance perfect. Hits him with a right-left combination on the exit, absolutely picking Kelvin apart. I think he's going to finish Kelvin in this fight. I don't see Kelvin having any more pop in the punches to stop Rob. Goes looking again for the single leg, does Gaslam. He's not going to take Rob down. That's not going to happen. Nice inside kick landed by Rob. Oh, swing and a miss with the left hook by both guys. Big flying knee by Rob. Little left hand landed, partially landed there by Gastelum. Rob's absolutely picking him apart. absolutely leading the dance. Always just one step ahead of Gastelum. Both guys clash with a nice little combination.
Daddy.
Yes. Joshua Wilcox. Yes, if more people saw that fight, you'd understand that Adesanya did a fantastic job. Rob tried his best. Didn't work out that night. Both these guys looking amazing. I think Gastelum's fighting well, but Rob's just on another level. You know, that's the other thing as well. I do think Rob's on another level to Gastelum. And that's not being disrespectful to Gastelum. I can't see Gastelum coming back and winning this. Oh, big uppercut landed by Rob. Another nice, beautiful jab landed by Rob. The feints are catching Gastelum as well now. Oh, nice right high kick. Both these guys, they're still swinging with bad intentions late in the fourth round. Rob's doing a good job getting on his bike and getting out of trouble, and then forcing Gastelum to walk into that space. And when Gastelum walks into that space, Rob's able to counter and hit him with the kicks to the legs and the punches to the face. Nice! There's that right high kick once again. Just glanced a shot there, did Gastelum on Rob, but didn't really get to hurt him. 1 minute, 35 seconds to go in the fourth round. Gastelum looking the worse for wear. Oh, there's that right high kick again. They both exchange a pair of jabs there. I think Rob came the better off out of the two of them. Rob with a massive counter right hand. Gastelum goes looking for a big left hand, but he misses. Inside leg kick landed once again by Rob. Rob goes looking for the knee pick. Doesn't get it. Gastelum deep on a double. He takes Rob down. He's not gonna hold Rob down. That's not gonna happen. 47 seconds to go. Both guys swinging for the fences. Rob doing a great job, still on his bike. 35 seconds to go in the fourth round, showing off a fantastic cardio. Gaslam keeps coming forward, but he's so short on his punches. So short. Rob doing a great job of sliding in and out of that distance. Goes looking for that right high kick again. Gaslam takes it on the arm. Absolutely butchering that lead leg of Gastelum's. Gastelum's leg is in trouble and he's forced to come in off balance, and Rob hits him with a massive uppercut as he does. Time, guys. That's the round. Huge, guys.
Daddy. Daddy. Ooh.
Ooh. Man, Gastelum is super tough, but he's taken a huge beating. A huge, huge beating. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely, man. Great job.
Daddy.
Yes.
Daddy.
Yeah, 4-0 Rob. I can't, there's nothing that Gastelum has done, not even close to suggest anything other than that. Just off thing, does anyone know if who won the fight? If Jake Paul won or Askren won? Fifth round. We're off, people. Fifth round. Neither of these guys are fresh. I mean, Rob's looking fresher. They're exchanging now. Gaslam has to crowd him, has to come in and think, he's lost 4 rounds and Rob's butchering him. Very, very intense fight, this one. But Rob's doing a great job. Four rounds to none, for sure. Huge amount of damage, covering up exceptionally well. And Gaslam has to know that he's not going to be able to land these shots because, like, the shots that he's landing on Rob are always going high. Rob's on the phone every single time. Four minutes to go. Great job by Rob, just sliding just out of the way. Gaslam's not going to be able to touch him, not going to be able to find him. There it is. There's that kick again. Super tough guy is Gastelum. Super tough. Right hand lead by Rob. Gastelum's shots now, they don't have the pepper, and Rob's hands are up high. There, he's gone looking for the body. He has to look for the body if he wants to have some success. But, you know, there's 3 minutes to go now, and I don't think he's going to be able to land the shot that stops Rob. I just don't see it. Another jab by Rob, stuck straight in his face. Rob's doing a fantastic job of getting out of the way. There's 2 minutes and 44 seconds to go. He's got a nice high guard. So he's taking the shots of Gastelum more in this round. Oh, he stomps down on that knee. Oh. Good combination there by Gastelum. Two minutes, 18 seconds to go. Good combination by Gastelum. Good single leg by Rob, takes Gastelum down. Nice work. Very, very good work by Rob. Gastelum's not going to get up from the bottom now. He's got the shoulder pressure, does Rob on the top. Underhook on the far side. Creating a lot of pressure here. He'll pass this guard, I think, even. He's creating a lot of pressure on Kelvin's head. Kelvin's doing a lockdown, but the lockdown's not going to help him. If they stay in this position the whole time, it won't matter. You know what I mean? So Rob can just keep pushing the pressure down with his shoulder and stay there. And now he's passed. Lands some good ground and pound. There's a minute to go. Kelvin rolls out of it. Rob looks to take his back and he's done so. He's taking Kelvin's back. Kelvin looks to get up. He has managed to get back up. There's 52 seconds to go. None of this would have helped Kelvin's case, though. Rob looking for the broomstick sweep, and he gets it. He gets it. He's sunk the hooks. He's got his back. Kelvin's in a lot of trouble here. Not just because that, just because Rob can wind out the clock. He's got the double underhooks. He's taken the back. Great job by Rob. 10 seconds to go. Yeah, I think there's no thing like, there's no question as to what happens next here. time. That's the fight, guys. That's the fight. And a clear win for Rob, in my opinion. Like, there's not. I'd be thoroughly surprised and amused if they gave the fight to Gastelum. But it was absolute destruction by Rob. 5 rounds to none. Absolute destruction. So that's, man, unbelievable. And I don't see who's left other than Adesanya. So that was a really fantastic fight by Rob. So really nice. Really nice fight there. So yeah, man. Let us know what you thought. It's been a long one. Yeah. Man, like I said to you before, all the people are saying like, oh, Rob Adesanya, blah, blah. Man, he lost one fight in 6 or 7 years. You know, so it is what it is. He's not thing. So he really put on an amazing performance, an amazing show. And man, very happy for that. All right, guys. Thank you very much. I will be tuning out. Thank you, guys, and take care. Bye-bye.